I can say I should before.
Here, you want me to fill yours up? I mean, you don't have to. Dump and fill, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Unless, are we going to start?
It's 5 o'clock.
Elizabeth, I think it's time.
We're starting?
Yeah, let's just start. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'll
We have enough?
enough people. We have 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's do this.
No, I've had enough.
Becky, you ready? And it's 5 o'clock. I'd like to convene the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board here on Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. With the secretary, please take the roll.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson. Commissioner Musich.
Here.
Commissioner Menz. Commissioner Alper.
Present.
Commissioner Abene.
Present.
Vice President Smith. President Forney.
Here.
You have a
And
quorum.
Note that Commissioner Musich entered the room, too. Thank you very much. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will then have reports of officers. Superintendent Bangor, please share with us the news.
Thank you, President Forney and Commissioners. It's great to see everybody. That's kind of echoing. I'll put this back a little bit. My voice carries. It's great to see everyone. We'll just get into this and start off right away. We're going to talk about adult athletics and fields. Winter registration is now open for adult basketball, broomball, pond hockey, dodgeball, and volleyball. Most leagues began play late December and early January. Currently, there are 398 adult teams registered for the winter season and another 76 individual registered. Aquatics, fall season at Phillips Aquatic Center is wrapping up. On Thanksgiving, almost 50 participants came to the pool for the annual Thanks Swimming 5K swimming event. There are currently almost 800 people registered in swimming programs at Phillips Aquatic Center, and we are looking forward to a great winter. In golf, golf wrapped up its third straight season on an upswing. Course is closed for the year on November 10th, and we are now looking forward to winter operations at Worth, Hiawatha, and Columbia golf courses. Clubhouses at Hiawatha and Columbia will be open from 10 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. Saturday and Sunday, beginning December 10th. Ice arenas. Parade Ice Arena hosted Minnesota Hockey Night in November. Hundreds of players and thousands of fans attended games at the arena, and Minnesota celebrated being the state of hockey. Thank you to the Minnesota Wild and their partnership, and to Emily Wolf and her staff for hosting this great event. October ice rinks. Maintenance crews are busy working on outdoor ice rinks. Outdoor ice rinks will be open, weather permitting, beginning in December 17th through February 20th. Warming rooms and free skates are available at most locations. Youth sports. The Minnesota Twins are hosting the RBI Combine on New Year's Eve, December 31st. The Twins will hold 50 spots for the MPRB RBI players that played in our program ages 10 to 13U, and another 50 spots for ages 14 to 18U. There will be 6 weeks of free weekly trainings at the Target Field. Great opportunity. The 2022 MPRB Youth Volleyball End of Season Tournament will take place at multiple sites starting Saturday, December 10th. Recreation centers, Northeast and Southeast. Pickleball has seen an increase in participants at Northeast Recreation Center. On a snowy, cold Thursday morning, there were 4 new players and 15 people playing pickleball. There's no surprise in that. This is just growing, so pickleball is going to be exploding everywhere. Loxton Park held the first annual career fair in partnership with the MPHA and Hennepin County Libraries. There were approximately 40 job seekers who attended the event and were able to gather information from the employers. Southwest, Lyndhurst Park, Family Ceramics has 21 children, parent, and artist participants who enjoy creating ceramic treasures. Linden Hills held a ballet creative movement and tap class for ages 3 to 10. That's a really cute picture. That's adorable. Upper South, Brackett Park, hosted 22 participants for toddler music time. Lower South, Keewaydin Park, hosted 19 seniors at the Thanksgiving luncheon. Seniors enjoyed a Frank Sinatra performance by Bill Rasmussen. I would have loved to have seen that. That's pretty cool. Okay, North. Creekview Park held its very first family float night using the Olson swimming pool. Community members brought their little ones for a wonderful evening full of swimming fun. Longtime youth sports coach Shaquille Nelson was able to receive a donation of turkeys from U.S. Foods, and with the help of the Creekview youth, they were able to pass out more than 100 turkeys to community members just in time for the upcoming holiday. I'm always just really impressed with our rec centers and what we do in our community. It's just voluminous, so it's great to hear. Spark Studios. On Friday, November 18th, we hosted an open house event at Powderhorn Park. Activities offered included team pottery, 3D keychain printing, T-shirt designs and printing, an open recording studio. If you look, commissioners, each of you should have received a 3D keychain made by the youth that they wanted to give you today. So if you hold them up, they're right there for you. So wonderful. Thank you. And they're so proud of that, just so you know. So pretty cool. Full service community schools. Bethune hosted a dinner and learn with the MPRB workshop. The workshop allowed Bethune families to hear about programming after their neighborhood parks. Bryce is doing a phenomenal job there with this, and if you look at these photos, just really proud of his work and making that connection at our full-service community school at Bethune. So congratulations to Bryce and the community. They're doing really great stuff. Environmental stewardship. Forestry crews have been pruning oak trees along Theodore-Worth Parkway. Oak trees are susceptible to fungal disease called oak wilt, which is active during the growing season. By waiting for the trees to become dormant, they may be safely pruned without fear of spreading the disease. Under environmental management, 2022 one-time group volunteer summary, 142 one-time service groups assisted with environmental projects in our parks, gardens, and natural areas in 2022. These service groups totaled 2,540 group volunteers who served 6,330 hours. It's incredible. Environmental volunteering continues to be a popular team building option for our corporate and community partners. Neighborhood groups, park stewardship, and individual volunteers are in the process of submitting their 2022 stats. These stats will be included in the final 2022 Volunteer Impact Report for recreation and environmental volunteers, along with one-time groups. A massive, massive thank you to all the volunteers for contributing their time and talent in care of our parks, and to staff who hosted environmental volunteer groups, service opportunities, and 2022. We are incredibly grateful for our volunteers. Without them, we wouldn't be who we are. So thank you, volunteers. Asset management. Asset management crews are hard at work across the city, building rinks for hockey, broomball, and general skating rinks. Staffing has been adjusted to early morning hours and second shifts in hopes of having safe and enjoyable ice by December 17th. Upper South crew, Jody Washington Jr. and Austin Coffin are pictured in the photos. So thank you to them and their really hard work that they do. Park projects. Construction at the Lake Nokomis pickleball courts was wrapped up for the year with everything but the final coat surface and the site amenities being completed. Final items will be completed in the spring once temperatures allow. The Lake Nokomis pickleball courts will have 6 dedicated pickleball courts and a center gathering space with seating and shade structures. Really exciting to see this being brought to our park system for an incredibly popular sport. And yeah, really excited about that. It helps our tennis players too. I won't get into that though. Southwest, it's a whole other battle that's going on there, but it's all good. Southwest service area, it takes a village. Carpenters, Southwest service area crews, and park police all assisted with the Lake of the Isles warming house move on November 23rd. Staff helped direct traffic and setup, and as rigging crews worked to unload the 3-piece structure. If you have a chance to watch this happen, it's quite an orchestrated, very detailed and work that they do, and it's pretty amazing. So, and it's a great, it's a beautiful structures out there, and so really proud of the work they do every year to make this move and get it out here to Lake of the Isles. So congratulations to the team. It's going to be heavily used, of course, again this year. Trades and paint shop. The Lake Harriet Bandshell project work continues. The carpentry and paint shops in asset management worked alongside the planning department on sample boards created by the trades teams last month, with selected colors incorporated into a larger mock-up for public display. The mock-up is currently located in the lobby of HQ. So I'm sure as you walked by, you could see it out there, and encourage anybody who wants to come see it. It is at HQ in our lobby. Thank you to the great teamwork of carpenter Ruben Ustimchuk. Did I say that right? Okay. Left, and painter Galen Hughes, right, along with the maintenance team that helped with transportation for this mock-up. A reminder that the project will include replacement of the roof shingles and painting of the existing siding on the Lake Harriet bandshell. The project has gone out for bid in 2022 and is slated for completion in 2023. Very exciting. The horticulture team wrapped up the fall season preparing park gardens and landscapes for the winter season ahead. Part of this work included deploying winter decor to add interest to our landscapes. 82 containers filled with greenery, colorful stems, and berries were added to 33 park sites at the end of November. These will be on display from now until spring. The winter horticulture program kicked off after Thanksgiving holiday. The program includes a small team of horticultural staff that are focused on dormant pruning and planting work. You may see them out working in the parks near you this winter season, and I just absolutely love this. This is beautifying our parks again and doing something really incredible in front of our parks just to, I don't know, spruce up and really show that we care. So I'm very grateful for that and love the dedication to that, and that's happening. So thank you to that team. It's beautiful. Planning, Father Hennepin Bluff Park improvements update. Pretty cool. This popular riverfront park will reopen in 2023 after major renovation. Father Hennepin Bluff Park is wrapping up for the year. Park access and use were limited since work began in the spring on the first sustainable renovation of the park in more than 40 years. The new park improvements were designed to reflect the character of the St. Anthony Falls Historic District. These improvements will allow greater park accessibility, safety, and circulation, and will create a new performance stage with seasonal restrooms that will open next year. Fencing will remain in place over the winter to help protect newly seeded areas. Establishing healthy and resilient turf will be the major factor in determining when the park can fully open for the public use in 2023. The Father Hennepin Bluff Park improvements include a new performance stage with seasonal restrooms, new park entry plaza spaces, upgraded lights, path connections, wayfinding signage, and trail markings, landscape and stormwater management improvements, and these improvements are focused on the upper part of the park, not the lower paths closer to the Mississippi River. To read more about the project in greater detail, visit the project page at NPRB under Park Improvements and Care, Father Hennepin Park Bluff. Really, really exciting. A lot of great projects going to be coming up next year, so we're excited about that. Bryn Mawr Meadows Park construction has begun. Construction of the $4.8 million project has begun with the moving of thousands of yards of earth required to create 2 water quality ponds and elevate 2 premier athletic fields. Constructions will continue through most of January, then resume in March and April, depending on the weather. Construction of the 2 water quality ponds, 2 new parking lots, new trails, play area, premier ball fields, picnic areas, and native landscape greenway will be completed in the summer of 2023. 2023 is going to be really exciting. I can't wait. Tell you. Improvements at Riverside Park. The project team for improvements at Riverside Park have developed 2 concept plan options. Both have the same elements, but in slightly different locations, with a few exceptions, as follows. Option 1, added a full-size basketball court, larger prairie planting area along the upper bluff. Option 2, added half-size basketball court, smaller prairie planting area along the upper bluff, and both options include a rebuilt play area with new equipment, expanded pool deck area with added seating, rain gardens to receive stormwater from paved areas and roofs, picnic shelter near the 8th Street and 28th Avenue intersection, a labyrinth, several seatings and picnic areas placed throughout the park, community gardens in the far western corner of the park, and the clearing created along the bluff to better connect the upper and Lower Riverside Park to West River Parkway and the river. That's a lot. The project team needs to hear from you. Please take a few moments to review the options and fill out the online survey, which can be found on the project page on the MPRB website under Park Improvements and Care, Riverside Park. Everyone's responses will help us better match the design and the park to the community needs. So please get involved. And the last thing is MPRB public tree condemnation. Staff are currently developing a list of frequently asked questions. I know the board has a lot in your hands, but we are finishing up. We believe we should have that completed by Friday, December 9th, this week. And with that, we still have, oh God, that's 15 minutes. I did pretty well. I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Superintendent Ringel, or Secretary Ringel, wears both hats, to introduce a new staff. Take it away, Jennifer.
Thank you, President Forney, Superintendent Bangor. I'd like to introduce our new IT director. This is Chad Lauber. He has been here 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
3 weeks, but only 8 days.
Oh, 8 days. 2 board meetings, keeping track of all the stats. Chad comes to us with more than 20 years of experience in a wide variety of areas within IT, including the Federal Reserve, including universities. So we're pretty clear he's going to keep us very secure. Very happy about that. But I think even more spectacular than his technical expertise is his passion for our mission and what we do. He was really looking to be part of a mission-driven organization that aligned with his goals and his experiences, and so he found it with us, and we're really happy for that. I'll quickly thank the HR team for bringing him to us and the many staff who helped with the interview process, and Chad might want to say just a few words.
Right, so I'm 8 days in. I'm really honored to have been selected for the job, and I look forward to working with all of you and all of you as well as we go forward and try to build a more sustainable IT infrastructure for the park system.
Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Very exciting. So, and thank you, Superintendent Bangor, for your report. Anybody have any questions to the superintendent regarding all of that wonderful information? Are we expecting to have any concerts down at the bandstand at the bottom of the stairs? The mock-up? Anyway, sorry, I digress here. Okay, so reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, and committees. Anybody have anything to report? Oh, I think we have somebody very important to talk to us. Okay, Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Forney. The BET, I was just at the BET meeting, we had our final meeting of the year, approved the budget, and then also we finally were able to hire a consulting firm that will act as a staffer for the group for next year. So that was pretty exciting. We've been working on that. It was a really good example of the Board of Investment and Taxation sort of coming together and disagreeing and then coming to a consensus. And we're really hopeful that that will be able to give some independent financial services to the group. And finally, I did raise the issue at the meeting around our tree issue, and that this is a cross-jurisdictional issue that we need to work together around how we support homeowners who are being impacted in multiple ways. So hopefully, maybe in 2023, we can figure out cross-jurisdictional solutions to that financial issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Commissioner Abene.
Thank you, President Forney. This week on Monday, I attended audit committee at the city of Minneapolis. At the meeting, which is the last of this year, the audit staff presented findings for their really large and multi-year audit of the city's HR department. So just so people know, the park board has an independent HR department, so nothing about the parks department was part of the audit. But the audit was shared with staff here at the park board in case there's something of interest there. And I'm assuming is available online to the public if they want to take a look. And then our next meeting will be in February, if I'm on that committee again, but even if I'm not, whoever's appointed. And at that time, the agenda for the calendar year 2023 will be adopted. Work plan. Thanks.
Commissioner Menz, did you have anything else? Oh, thank you. Well, I will report, it's not really a report from the Minneapolis Parks Foundation, but I'll kind of put it under that auspices. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder shared with me, I get kind of goosebumps just to tell this. Anyway, our waterworks has been awarded an AIA Minnesota Honor Award. This is huge, gang. It's really huge, which is one of 3 such awards from the state this year. The professional jury had wonderful things to say, not only about the building and its landscape, but also the project's significant impact on the city and the vision of the client who brought this project to fruition. That's great news, but even more importantly is that the project was also awarded the Award of Excellence from the Minnesota American Institute of Architects, the highest honor the chapter gives out each year, and it is only bestowed on one project. This is really, really huge. I'm honored that Assistant Superintendent Schroeder feels that I should be doing this because he feels that but the board and the commissioners, okay, but more importantly is that the Parks Foundation was such a lead in this, and the foundation, if anything, suffered just seamlessly endless construction contract changes, orders, and delays in the construction components. And I'm just so grateful. He's so grateful. Staff, we all are so grateful, and everything of our partnership with the foundation. This is really, really such an honor to have. We're getting put on the map, gang. But I like the way that he described it from a staff perspective, that they could see the historic mills began to regain their life and the site established its place on our riverfront, that waterworks could be a special place, being recognized with the 2 highest design awards in the state, coupled with Owamni's James Beard Foundation Awards for New Restaurant and Best Chef Midwest. It tells you that they had a really good idea from the beginning, and that our process and collective good and continued efforts allowed us to make Waterworks an extraordinary addition to our city and the Minneapolis park system. So kudos to everybody. I believe that there will be some honorific event that will go with AIA that I hope that we'll be able to be in celebration. So. Any other questions or thoughts? With that, we've got a few minutes, so we will go to the consent agenda.
I would move the consent agenda as a slate.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on?
Yeah, I wanted to pull the resolution.
2022
Yes, thank you, President Forney. We talked about this earlier. 2022-321.
Okay. We will pull that then for discussion, and we will move then the slate the others. All those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. So on to resolution 2022. Would you like to read that, Commissioner Menz?
Yes, I move resolution 2022-321, resolution approving the Bethune Park Improvements Concept Plan without a public hearing.
Second.
Great, and discussion.
You got to call on him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Menz.
I just wanted to be, sorry. I just wanted to be in the object of transparency. I think that sometimes this is a little bit outside of our process, where we're not going to have a public hearing when we changed a concept plan. But according to staff and a lot of discussion with the community, this is sort of a one-to-one. And I just didn't want it to go through the consent agenda without acknowledging that we do value public input on these items, but that sometimes having public hearings or holding public hearings takes a significant amount of staff time, and if there's no public interest in that issue or there's no dispute, that it's a lot more seamless and more efficient for our body to maintain staff time and really get to the work of implementing these ideas. So I just kind of wanted to raise that up and make sure that the public knows that we're not passing this through to avoid public discussion, that we have had engagement in the community, and it's just an efficiency measure. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? With that, all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. On to standing committees, Planning Committee.
Thank you, President Forney. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-322, resolution approving the Corcoran Park Improvements Concept Plan and amending the Corcoran Park Master Plan as approved in the South Service Area Master Plan.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Also from the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-320, a resolution approving a comment letter regarding a disposition study for Lower St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam and Lock and Dam Number 1, and directing staff to submit the comment letter to the United States Army Corps of Engineers, St. Paul District.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Discussion? Not seeing anything? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. On to Administration and Finance.
Thank you, President Forney. On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-330, resolution approving a lease agreement with Pillsbury United Communities Waite House, leasing commercial space at Phillips Community Center, located within Phillips Park for a term of 5 years, effective January 1st, 2023.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner Schaefer? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at you wrong. Okay, Commissioner Thompson.
I just wanted to move a staff amendment, just cleaning up some numbers that were a little bit off. I believe we all have a copy. It's long, so I don't want to read it all, but I'm just moving the amendment. Thank you.
Wonderful. Second. Thank you. Okay. Any discussion on the amended lease, or the updated lease, I guess is what it is, as amended? Oh, yes, excuse me, Commissioner Alper.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm really glad to hear that they actually were 2022 numbers that were used to calculate inflation and not 2011. So I'm appreciative that was declared a typo and not the actual case that they were used. So thank you to staff for going back and looking over that contract. Appreciate it.
Great. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the updated or amended resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we need a roll call on
Not yet.
the amendment? Okay,
Now
thank
we
you.
do.
On the amendment, we do? Oh.
Not on the amendment.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right. So that, believe that motion carried. So on to the resolution, the amended resolution. We'll have the secretary call a roll. Sorry.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
Commissioner Abene.
Aye.
Vice President Smith. Absent. President Forney.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
Thank you. That motion carries. We'll try and get in another resolution.
On behalf of the Admin and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-331, resolution awarding a construction contract to Ebert, Inc. in the amount of $2,387,000 for the Lake Harriet Bandshell and Concessions Pavilion renovation. Bid event MPLMN number 2206. Pending review by the Minneapolis Procurement Division and Civil Rights Department, authorizing administrative use of 7% construction contingency up to $167,090 for necessary construction change orders that may arise within the contract, and allocating at $893,270 from the 2020, 2021, and 2022 excess operations and maintenance lottery proceeds. $209,044 reallocation of 2014 regional park operations and maintenance funds, allocating $1,261,450 of Workers' Compensation Reinsurance Association surplus distribution, allocating $300,000 of Enterprise Capital Improvement Plan, and amending the 2022 Capital Improvement Program to reallocate $300,000 from the North Mississippi Regional Park Master Plan and Programmatic Plan to this project.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Forney. Do we know the status of the color?
It's downstairs.
It is downstairs. It's all good.
Yeah, if
Okay.
you walk in downstairs, you'll see the display that's down there.
Okay,
That
great.
is it, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Bene.
Thank you, President Forney. Just briefly, I've been, the Minneapolis Audubon Society or group, there's a lot of membership in my district, and there's some interested in learning about the bird safe treatment for the windows for that. So just a heads up, I'll be connecting with the project manager, Mr. Swenson, maybe in the next couple of weeks, just to talk about that. But I appreciate the inclusion of that treatment on this structure, especially in that location, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Then I will open our open time. Is that the way I say it? Anyway, thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda and can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling people on our sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes with the time limit to be allocated by me, the president. Please watch the timer right up here to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. Two types of items not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals. Those are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all comments you make tonight comply with the policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may only speak for their own allotted amount of time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. And I have 7 people, so I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes each. And the first person is Hassan Ahmed, and then after that will be Faharia Budu. Hopefully I said that name. Somewhat close is Hassanin. Please, Hassan, come up and address yourself, and if you will, your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Hassan Ahmed, and I live in Cedar Riverside, and I'm here testifying about the $20 million allocated for a new youth center. It's an amazing thing for my community. As you know, my community is riddled with substance abuse, gun violence, and a lot of things that deter our children from getting the proper access to education and programs that they need. So just here testifying about a community center for the youth could highlight the importance of providing a safe and important environment for young people to learn, grow, and thrive. Such a center could offer a wide range of programs and activities that cater to the interests of the needs of the youth, such as tutoring, mentoring, sports, and arts, and more. As you know, we have the Brian Cole Center, so another center would be amazing as well. It could also provide a space for young people to connect with each other and build positive relationships. Furthermore, the center could address the important issues like mental health and social isolation. By investing in the development of the youth, we can create a brighter future for the kids of Cedar Riverside. Thank you. I yield my time.
Faria, and then after that is Ann Laughlin. Faria, are you here?
She's coming.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Farhia Budul, and I am a community member, a recovery advocate. I live in Cedar Riverside, and I'm also a city employee at Minneapolis in neighborhood and community relations. I'm also a woman in long-term recovery from substance use disorders, and what that means for me is I can show up for myself, my community, and my family as my authentic self. This is a huge investment that we need all of you to vote yes today for a new rec center for Cedar Riverside youth. We are very marginalized and underserved. A lot of our community members, the youth need a safe space to go after school. They need activities, as you heard this young 17-year-old come up to you today with his bravery. And really investing in our youth will really help for long-term solutions to mentoring, homework help, a safe place for them to go instead of being outside. So I really need all of you to really look at what is at stake right now. We contribute so much to the economy of this city, vibrant immigrant refugee communities. So it's taxation without representation is what we see oftentimes, and we need that so much for these young Mohammeds and Hassans and Abduls that are from our community that are really struggling, that need after-school programs and a safe space to call a place that they can really play basketball and just be themselves, where they can create their future. So I'm asking you to please invest in our brown and black kids, our immigrant kids. I see that this board is not very representative of the community. You all are white people, and I need you to just look outside of that for a second and really look at how much you can invest in our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, and then Mahad Ahmed.
Good evening, President Forney and Commissioners. I'm Ann Laughlin. I live in Park District 5. And thanks for the chance to talk to you tonight. On behalf of a coalition of 7 local environmental groups, I'm here to follow up on recommendations for bird safe policies that we sent each of you via email last Friday. I'll also leave a hard copy for each of you tonight for your convenience. We need bird safe policies because Minneapolis is as you know, is sitting in the Mississippi Flyway, which is one of the most important migration corridors for birds in North America. And as bird and insect populations decline, and as extinctions are continuing, worldwide, we need to take immediate action to protect wildlife and sustain biodiversity. And our recommended policies reflect science-based best practices that are advanced by the American Bird Conservancy, the Cornell Lab of Ornithology, National Audubon Society, and the Fatalite Awareness Program, among other bird organizations. So the policies we've recommended directly address 3 key threats to birds, and those are habitat loss, bird glass collisions, and light pollution. So as the stewards of thousands of acres of public land in Minneapolis, we believe that you have the opportunity and the responsibility to adopt policies and practices that protect birds and other wildlife. And these policies will help with climate resilience and sustain biodiversity as well. So please act on this crisis with urgency. We urge all of you to support this initiative and to direct the appropriate Park Board Committee to prioritize the adoption of bird safe policies as early as possible in 2023. Thank you. Who will I leave the policies with?
Jennifer will get it. Thank you so much, Ann. Next, Mahad, and then after that is Cisco Omar. Is Mahad here?
They are running a little late.
Both Cisco and Mahad? Okay, so then Ali, Saleh here? No? Jennifer Weber?
Hello, my name is Jennifer Weber. As the kids at Cedar Riverside call me Coach Weber. I've been in the community for 13 years. I went there for 6 weeks to do some service learning and ended up staying there for 13 years. And I can't speak highly enough about the new building that needs to happen at Cedar Riverside. Those towers were not built to have children in them. They were built to house people to work downtown and go to the university and to be in a community that was supposed to be a community within a community, but those apartments were not meant to serve children. That amount of green space is not enough for our children. They are there every day. That park is full. The building is overfull. It's the only large space in the entire community to have meetings happen. So oftentimes, we have to give up the space in the gym and change our schedules and move our things around so that adults can have meetings. And that's not fair, it's not equitable, and something needs to happen because that community and those children deserve to be able to have a quality space that serves their needs, that's filled with caring human beings, caring adults that hold them to high expectations and give them every single opportunity that every other kid in the community gets. So please make it happen. I mean, we've done everything, and I'm so thankful for Paul and Ron and Matt and all the people that have come and have given their time to us from Park Board and who continue to support everything that we're doing. But they can only do so much. They need you to support them and to be able to support getting a building that meets the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I'll ask again, Mahad, Cisco, or Ali? Unfortunately, I'm going to have to close our open time, so I hope that they'll come again some other time. So with that, I will close the open time, and we will go back then to the agenda to Admin and Finance.
Thank you, President Forney. On behalf of the Admin Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-318, resolution approving a professional services agreement with AVI Systems for the boardroom and control broadcast space technology improvements in the amount not to exceed $280,000 for the term of January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
Second?
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion on the resolution? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. On to the Recreation, no, we don't have anything, sorry. Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee.
Yes, President Forney, on behalf of the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-315, resolution approving one-year contracts effective January 1, 2023 with Rice, Walther, and Mosley, LLP, in the amount not to exceed $85,000, and Tom Workman in the amount not to exceed $30,000 for lobbyist services.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries as well. On then to unfinished business. Somebody wants to read the resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2022-344. It's a resolution approving a new contract with Superintendent Alfred Bangora negotiated by the President.
Seconded.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? I'll just say I'm pleased as punch to have Al on for another 5 years. Anyway, goosebumps. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Yay. Okay, our next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2022-84 with a letter D in front of it. Discussion related to the acquisition, ownership, development, and operation of certain properties associated with the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam and adjacent to the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
A second? Huh?
That's
Oh,
what
it's a
the D
discussion
is.
item. No wonder we didn't understand what the D was
We
there.
don't need to move it. Very good. Learning new system.
We're so with it here. I believe we have a presentation from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, please.
Actually, President Forney, I'm just going to be introducing Mark Andrew from Friends of the Falls, who will be leading through this. But let me just give the board a little bit of an overview of why we're doing this. This was spurring from a resolution passed by the board early this year. I believe it was in January, it's Resolution 2022-110, that directed us to work with Friends of the Falls in the city of Minneapolis in preparing an MOU that would relate to the operations, maintenance, conveyance, a whole lot of things related to the upper St. Anthony Falls lock and dam. Not the lower, but this is the upper. We've been meeting, I think, every other week since probably late January, early February. And the complexities related to this and the negotiations going through the Corps of Engineers, all the federal processes, the engagement, the design, it's a lot. There's a lot of history that I wanted to make certain that before the group comes back to us in probably March of next year, you have a little bit of an understanding of what they're trying to do. And depending upon how far we get, we may have another discussion item, just so that it's not so overwhelming when we actually bring an item forward for consideration. So I'm going to introduce Mark Andrew, who's the president of the Friends of the Falls, and he can introduce the rest of his team.
Welcome, welcome, Mark.
Madam President and members, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight with you. First of all, I'll apologize for having to leave. I have an important family event that's starting about now, so I won't be around for Q&A, but I really wanted to be there to at least kick off this conversation and tell you a little bit about what we're trying to do. The Falls Initiative is a partnership between the Native American communities and Friends of the Falls to implement a meaningful project at what is now known as the Lock and Dam on the central riverfront of the Mississippi River. The history of the organization goes back 6 years when the Lock and Dam was decommissioned, and two philanthropists in our community, Paul Riles and his partner, Mark Wilson, got together and kicked off what was then known as the Friends of the Lock and Dam. And the original vision that was adopted by the city of Minneapolis and passed in 2018 as a resolution was to create a visitor center for the city of Minneapolis on the site. And that was supported by the Meet Minneapolis, the Downtown Council, and a host of other organizations. But it became clear a few years ago that that would be a project that would not fulfill the full potential of telling the story of the history and the culture that has occurred at that site for thousands of years. So our organization changed our name, and we started taking a broader view of what might happen not only at that site, but what might happen in partnership with other projects on the river. And it became very clear from the beginning that this would not be a complete project without the full involvement of our Indigenous and Native American communities. And so our organization changed our mission. And all the discussion about a city visitor center got kind of wiped off our website, and we engaged leaders in the Native American community to not only develop the project, but to do it in a way that ultimately results in Native American control of the site. Are we going to flip slides, or am I doing that? Oh, great.
Technology.
Well, as Kirsty knows, I have a benign essential tremor. I can't hit the buttons, and it's harmless. It's just there. Right here. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, goody.
Thank you. The slide you're looking at now is an aerial shot of our project site, and as I mentioned, we really want this to be an impact project that transcends the physical site and has an impact on all other projects in this part of the Mississippi River. And so we're very happy to talk about this with the understanding that we want to be a cooperative partner with a number of other projects on the Mississippi River. I approached former City Council member Robert Lilligren 3 years ago to help us become partners as we do an eventual handoff of this project to the Native American community. And Robert graciously accepted that, and we worked for a long time to establish kind of the parameters of what it was we were trying to accomplish. So I want to say one thing before turning it over to Robert, and that is the idea of this project is not just to have Native American consultation. What we seek to do is actually have Native American leadership at the table with us so that we can establish a historic partnership that eventually leads to the Native American people making the final determination of what goes on that site. So while we are doing meetings and we've drafted some renderings for the project that you will see in a future meeting, the idea is for this to be a true partnership, and for that I'm very proud of the progress we've made. So I think with that, Robert, the floor is yours, and I thank you so much, Madam President.
Are you leaving us?
I will be leaving in about 10 minutes.
Okay, good, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, thank you, President Forney, Commissioners. Thanks so much for this time. First, I'd like to greet you in Ojibwe, which is my grandmother's first language, so Buju Ninwe Ganaduk. I greet you as my relatives. I'm Robert Lilligren. I'm a citizen of the White Earth Ojibwe Nation, and I am a third-generation Minneapolis urban Indian. And I appreciate this time. We're coming to report, as Michael said, like we were directed to when the park board signed on to the MOU with the city of Minneapolis. And a lot of exciting things are happening. Mark recruited me. It took about 6 months to recruit me and our organization, Native American Community Development Institute, or NACD, to join this project. And part of the delay was I really needed to understand that the leadership of Friends of the Falls was authentically interested in centering Native voices in this project and on the disposition of this land and the future use of it. And I am convinced of that. And the enlightened leadership of Friends of the Falls has really stepped back and allowed us to put Native voices in the lead, and they continue to do that. And we think of this spot as the birthplace of Minneapolis. Many of us are the birthplace of modern Minneapolis, I guess I would say, but we know this location right here at the Falls was a significant location for millennia for the people who were here first. Sacred sites like Spirit Island, or the Falls themselves, Nicollet Island. And so for me, as kind of a systems guy, this has been a fascinating project of how to trying to figure out how to put Native voices which have sort of historic sovereignty, maybe spiritual sovereignty, but do not have technical sovereignty on this piece of property. And so it's been quite a ride, and we are doing something that really no other cities have done, tried to bring this sort of sovereign voice into a technically non-sovereign area. And I am gonna, oops, okay. All right, so I would like to just point out that we have a lot of public sector involvement in this site. And first off are the tribal nations. And our strategy was first to engage the descendants of the people who were here first. So the sovereign Dakota nations, the 4 sovereign Dakota nations here within the state of Minnesota, they have been involved in this conversation from the beginning. And then we have non-tribal governmental partners, you, the city of Minneapolis, and you see the others there. And again, it's just a unique way in coming together where there isn't a statutorily mandated consultation process, but we're acknowledging that it should be the Native folks who are leading this conversation. So the primary mechanism we've used to shift Native voices into the center of this project is our Native Partnership Council. And this is made up of some of the leading cultural carriers, thought leaders, water activists, spiritual guides, primarily from the Dakota tradition. They've come together and guided this process, and they will continue to guide it as we go into the next part of the process. We divided this project up into what we call seasons rather than phases in an attempt to indigenize the way that we're approaching it. And so we've just finished our first season of the work of the Native Partnership Council, and we're entering into the second. And I have two other members of the Friends of the Falls team here, Carrie Day Aspinwall and Kirsty Duval, who will both be talking more about this work. And it's really been Carrie Day Aspinwall who's been leading this Native Partnership Council in this incredibly authentic way. And so I'm thrilled to introduce her to take the next part of this presentation. Carrie.
Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. And tell me now how we're gonna switch this.
Oh, it's up here.
Oh, this here. Okay, all
Ready?
right. Yeah.
Welcome,
Okay,
Carrie.
Good. Let's go back though. I'll start there. Good evening. Madam President, Commissioners, Superintendent Bangora. My name is Carrie Day Aspinwall, and I was born and raised in the Phillips neighborhood, played at Stewart Park all my life, skated, learned how to skate there, and after-school programming, Saturdays when it was open. I'm Ojibwe, and I hail from the Leech Lake Nation, but my home is here in the urban area of Minneapolis. The Native Partnership Council, fabulous group of people, fabulous. And as Robert mentioned, we went to a more traditional way of processing this work. We came to Circle on a monthly basis. No one's at the lead, no one's on the edge, no one is outside. You're in Circle with your relatives and sometimes your family members because we're a really close community. We convened this Native Partnership Council throughout the first season to establish priorities. We started out storytelling just to really reacquaint ourselves with each other. We're all very, very busy people, and some of us went to school together in the Phillips neighborhood, Phillips Junior High, South High. Some not so close to us, so we did take some time to get to know one another, and we do that best through storytelling. We shared our knowledge, as Robert stated, that we had some medicine people that sat with us, knowledge keepers, culture keepers also. So we took some time to come to that circle in a good way. We started all of our meetings in a very, very traditional way, smudging, burning sage, asking the Creator to guide us, to help us, to help bring the Dakota people back home. And through that, the process is very, very unique. Robert had talked about, and Mark talked about the centering of Native voices. This is truly the centering of Native voices, and it took a while for each of us to really believe that that was going to happen. How many times have we been told that and it turned out otherwise? We felt as individuals of our Indian community, this is the real deal. This is happening. These people are truly with us and really felt that this site in particular, because it is a sacred site to the Dakota people. This was, as you all know, historically Dakota territory. So again, this process is unique. It's nationally significant right now and very important. I've traveled across the United States, a couple different national conferences to talk about our project. Went to an American Indian Tourism Conference. We are the only one that centers those Native voices so succinctly. The Native Partnership Council met with each other regularly, and with the public, and with our teams, with the steering the decision-making over the course of the year. And as you can see, we agreed on and came to consensus on our guiding principles. And from that, those programming themes begin to emerge. And I don't have to go over all of those. bullets with you, but I think the vision statement really truly states the project, the intensity of the project, the vision of the project is to create a place of healing at Awamneomene. Say that 3 times fast. It means turbulent waters for those that do not know. It's the Dakota language that restores connections to Hahawakpa, which of course is the Mississippi River, Dakota culture, language, and it teaches us to honor and care for all of our relatives. When we talk about relatives, it isn't just the human beings. We are talking about the animals. We are talking 4-leggeds. We're talking winged ones. We're talking the fishes. And to care for all of our relatives, including the land and the water, and address the parallel trauma of colonization by recognizing the transformative power of this place. I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to actually go to the Lock and Dam and walk down the steps alongside of the falls. It'll make your knees shake. And I'm considered an elder right now, and I made it down about halfway, and I wasn't ready to meet her. I usually carry my tobacco with me, and I wasn't ready that day, but I could feel her power. And it wasn't long after that, that I was ready to meet her in a good way. And the way that the Native Partnership Council brought this partnership together was through what the Dakota people call a key ceremony, and that is a welcoming home of all of the relatives. And so from the very beginning, the centering of our Native voices has been at the top of everything that we do. Our Native Partnership Council meetings were woven with large public meetings that we called community conversations. They took place over the course of the year. Our engagement team was designed as a process of weaving and aligning between the Partnership Council and the broader public. I'm going to pause right there because I have to say I felt like there was going to be much more discussion. You have Native people coming to a place that they haven't been invited to or welcomed to for quite some time. I expected the good old, if they come here, they're going to build a casino. Thankfully, I had one comment like that, and I sat with the gentleman for a while, and it was just, again, sharing knowledge, storytelling, where he was able to understand. And all of these community meetings were built around themes and concepts that help folks understand who we were and who we are today, and that we come in a good way, and that we will, as stewards of this earth, take care of this place in a good way. So all of these meetings were held across the year. Let's see here. Okay. So what we heard, again, we were really amazed at how much synergy, how much we aligned with one another, and the priorities and the general public, we all seem to be on the same page, nothing real dramatic or out of balance. People were really willing to give each other space. They were willing to come to circle. Folks were willing and embraced our traditional processes, our ways of opening up our meetings, traditional prayer, sometimes drumming, definitely had our Indian elders present. So there was this broad affirmation of this approach, and we were really amazed at the numerous shared priorities of what we were hearing. So the overwhelming support for restoring a story disrupted to this site and restoring all of our relationship to the river. Throughout the engagement process, the design team was asked to meet with our Native Partnership Council and attend public meetings with us. They reflected on how the priorities being lifted up could be interpreted as concepts for the site. Our key themes of water is life, restoration, healing and acknowledgement, knowledge sharing, reverence, places to gather were explored through the designs, through the design team. Designs are still evolving. So we aren't ready right now to present those today, but we do know that there will be coordination that needs to go forward. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chircy Duval, another partner with this project. Chircy?
Thank you, Carrie. Welcome, Chircy.
Thanks, Carrie, and thank you, President Forney and Commissioners. I'm going to kind of zoom through these last slides quickly, but as Carrie said, coordination is coming, and my role with the project is project implementation, so I'm helping to coordinate all of the partners, moving toward ultimately realizing the vision of the NPC on the site, and helping to manage some of the consultant teams who are coming together around that work. And so here you see there's a gesture here of a connected riverfront and access that doesn't exist now along that central riverfront. And you can see Waterworks Park, Owamniomni, and Mill Ruins Park will be experienced seamlessly on that riverfront. And so, obviously, this is something that we need to work on with the park board. Of course, there is some work to do in terms of just coordinating design and materiality and seamless signage and wayfinding. But in addition to that, there are technical considerations. And just a couple examples. First of all, the yellow here, this is the site that we would actually be acquiring, fee title acquisition, and the green, those are areas we've identified as park board land where coordination would be required and necessary to ensure that we're moving together. The pink and the blue, by the way, are federal structures. Those would be negotiated use rights. Just a couple of examples. So on the left, there was this diagram envisioning bringing water back on the site. Water is life is a key theme, bringing people and the ability to touch and have a relationship with water. That would require very likely a pipe that would come under Waterworks Phase 2. Because we don't have run of the river here, it would be an element that would be brought, kind of springing forward on the site and cascading down. If that goes forward, again, as Carrie mentioned, designs are still evolving. And on the right, this is a requirement of the Corps of Engineers. They need crane access for the site. They still, in 30 or 50 years may need to lift something out or fix a hydraulic. They're still doing flood management. So that's something we've been coordinating already with Michael, but something that would need to be formalized going forward. And the other thing is the road, maybe re-envisioning, that road profile. The site is very narrow, and so we definitely want to look at that, and we understand maintenance access and so on. But these are some of the kinds of things we would look to coordinate with you on. The other big thing on the horizon is ownership alternatives, and so this was kind of an agreement of the MOU partners, which were the Park Board, the city, and Friends of the Falls, to explore ownership and operations alternatives. And so that research is underway. We will be providing a study and probably a legal opinion on numerous alternatives for ownership and operations. That would be one of the things that would come back to you in the future. And that will include both tribal and non-tribal government outreach, which will be happening over the winter. So I think that is all for me. And I'm going to invite Carrie back up to close us out with just milestones and looking ahead to the next year.
Thank you, Chircy.
Man, we can really get this stuff done, I'll tell you. For just giving you guys an update, you'd really be amazed at the details on all of this. We have come a long way. We're really proud of the work. The Native community is completely engaging. The Dakota communities are stepping in, stepping up, and listening to all the work that's been going on and all the energy that's gone into the site. This path has required the participation of federal, state, local, and tribal leaders. We've achieved a lot in the last 3 years, but we're not there yet. It's a lot. It's a lot to pull all those, I've been doing this for my whole career. I started out with the city of Minneapolis, working to coordinate neighborhoods and people and city and county. This is major. This is really major. And so that coordination is imperative, but we're not there yet. We are moving towards more clarity on design and programming, ownership and operations, and fundraising in 2023 and 2024. We welcome your continued partnership, and right now we're open for any questions that any of you might have on this.
Thank you, Carrie. This
Yeah.
is exhilarating and everything. So, Mark, are you having to leave us now? Well, thank you. Have a good family event, and it looks we've got a light on. So, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. This has been very informative. I appreciate the update being so succinct. That's not always the experience that we get. So I'm especially thankful to you for making something so complex so approachable. It's been helpful.
Yeah.
The question that I have is around Waterworks Phase 2, and I'm very excited to hear that initial design is moving towards something that provides a seamless public space experience for the public. That's very encouraging to hear. But I'm wondering what potential impacts to our already adopted master plan for park-owned lands would be. So Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you could enlighten us on that.
Certainly, President Forney, Commissioner Musich, one of the things that we recognize is that there would be a need to work to align between our Waterworks Phase 2 and the efforts around the Friends of the Falls work. I reached out to both Friends of the Falls and the Parks Foundation, and the Parks Foundation agreed to fund a study that would look at alignment between the two. I have two proposals that we're considering now that will look at where the conflicts are, where alignments are, where we have to potentially make adjustments or accommodation to one or the other plan. And that work will be delivered in February. So it'll be a very quick study looking at alignment and making certain that we can proceed without losing the underlying principles that we were trying to achieve in the Waterworks Phase 2, and potentially even if there are things, bringing back to this board after some engagement an updated Waterworks Phase 2 schematic design.
Okay, so the answer is we don't really know yet.
We don't know yet,
But in
but
February
we'll be studying it.
And at that time, we'll decide what sort of public engagement is necessary if there are modifications that rise to the level that would trigger a plan amendment.
President Forney and Commissioner Musich, I think even before then, we'll be preparing a community engagement plan so that we can begin that process even as we're studying the alignment.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Elper.
Thank you. President Forney, I noticed that we have perhaps the most youth in the room that we've ever had during a park board meeting, and I just wanted to ask if you might be willing to consider reopening open time for the 3 speakers who are on the list that unfortunately didn't come on time because I gave them the wrong address. So I was wondering if you would be able to just give that little bit of grace to them to allow them to speak at this time. Just, I know that's highly unusual and I've never asked before. I don't think we've ever had that case, but just if you'd be willing to entertain that option just for tonight.
Thank you. We will consider that once we get discussion. Is there any more questions that everybody has regarding the study item? Yes, Commissioner Bene.
Just a brief question for maybe the team, I think, more than anything. But tonight we approved our letter to the Corps of Engineers about the disposition, and I'm assuming that it will or have already submitted a similar letter. And I would be really interested to read that. It helps me kind of think details that I need.
I might misunderstand, but is this the disposition study pertaining to the lower lock and lock 1? Okay.
Correct.
So we actually don't have a position on lower lock or lock 1. We're very focused on the upper lock, although We see potential benefits of, multiple, I think the park board adopted a plan that anticipated, well, what if the lower lock was removed, or what if it wasn't removed? I think we have a similar approach. I mean, there's great opportunities if it were removed, but we don't have a formal position on it, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Forney. I'm really impressed with the Native Partnership Council and how the voices are being centered. And I'm hopeful if there's any other way for us to just sort of remember that as we go into next year and we start to center the voices of Indigenous communities. Thank you for your leadership and the organization's leadership. I think it's a really exciting project, and I'm really excited that we're centering those voices, that you all have found a way to do that. It's not always easy. I also support the young people speaking. I think we had 4 minutes left of open time.
Well, no, we don't. But anyway, thank you. This is so exciting. It really is. I've went to one of the, that's right, Commissioner Benny and I went to one of the community conversations that you had. I so appreciate your leadership in this, particularly you, Councilmember Lilligren. For some reason, I remember how many tribes you have engaged in this conversation. Did I hear something like it's over 40? Something to that effect?
I would definitely say over 40. We have here in the Twin City area, I think about 59 different tribes.
Yeah, Carrie, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I mean, we can, but the public can't.
Sorry, I'm so used to being casual with this work at home stuff. It's, so if I remember correctly, we have over 59 tribes represented here in the Twin City area. The Dakota community has the 4 Dakota tribes in southern Minnesota, but there are actually 3 additional Dakota tribes as part of the Osechiwan. I don't know. It's 7 tribes of Dakota people. Yeah. And then, of course, we have our 7 Ojibwe tribes here in Minnesota as well. So definitely 11. We have urban community members. We have rural community members that have participated.
Exile.
Oh, exiled community members. Yeah, I thought, wow, how does that work? I mean, I really had to do some research about all of this when I first started talking with Mark and Kirsty and Robert about all this, and who are we talking about here? And so we are still here. That's what I'll say. We are still here, and we are still stewards of this Mother Earth. You may not see us, but we're on the rise.
Carrie, thank you so much. And it's interesting as a realtor, how we approach land, how we approach ownership and everything is so Eurocentric. And getting our head around this, you're moving mountains, people. And I'm just blessed with your the work that you're doing, and look forward to next year and how we move this forward. So thank you. Thank you. And so we will go on to see if we want to suspend the rules and reopen open time. If anybody would like to make a motion on that.
I'd move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules to reopen open time, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will reopen it. I'm not going to.
Point of order.
Thank you.
We've suspended the rules. We now need a motion to.
Oh, thank you.
To reopen an item previously completed, I believe. Parliamentarian Rice, let me know if that's not correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, so do we need a second on that motion then?
Someone needs to make the motion.
Oh, I thought you were me.
I would move that we reopen the item open time for 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Sorry,
Oh.
you have a light.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Benny.
Yes, I just wanted to say that whether there's a time limit, I think the time limit should be back to the original 2 minutes per person, and it should be the names that were on the list.
Thank you. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. So that means, all those in favor of that motion and clarification?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Opposed? Okay. So for all of you that have come, there are only 3 speakers that are on this list. Each one of you will have 2 minutes each, okay? So I'm going to call out your name. First of all, it's Moha Amid, and then the next person is going to be queued up is Cisco Omar. But there's only 3 people who are on our list.
Who's the third one?
Is Mahad here? Mahad, if you could say your name and your address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
My name is Mahad, M-A-H-A-D. Last name Ahmed, A-H-M-E-D. I live in 1515 South 4th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in the Cedar Riverside community. I wanted to talk about the lack of youth funding and spaces we have right now in the Brian Coyle. We only have 1 room in the gym to have our kids do, and I'm 17 myself, and we oversee about 30 kids. I'm one of the interns over there. It would be really nice of us having another place to fund kids and help them, because right now our kids are not getting the stuff they need, and it will be amazing to see if we can help them and use that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mahad. And then there's Cisco Omar, and after that is Ali Salih. Cisco?
Thank you for your time. My name is Cisco Omar. I live in Cedar Riverside on 1630 South 6th Street, and I grew up there. I was a little kid running around Brian Coyle Center. Now I'm a parent. I got 2 kids running around. So as a staff of Technology Center, managing that, Cedar Riverside is well underfunded and very dense with young people. I think what you guys have in front of you, the proposal for $20 million, will really benefit our community, as Brian Coyle is the only space for young people within the whole Cedar Riverside. There are over 2,000 youth that live just on Riverside Plaza, including a lot of young people that really see that as home, even all the way from Burnsville, all Somalis when they move to Minnesota. As far as they leave, still Cedar Riverside is home to them. So we just appreciate you guys to support that and put as much effort behind that, so that could come to Cedar Riverside and benefit the community for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Cisco. Ali, if you're here.
My name is Ali Salah. I live in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood at 1515 South 4th Street. I'm here to talk about the $20 million or the investment in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood. Like my brother said, Cisco is the most dense neighborhood in the Cedar Riverside with as a youth. And the reason we are asking for this money is to invest in the youth for the future. Because we're all getting old. I grew up in Cedar Riverside neighborhood since I was 9, 10 years old. And for you guys to take this chance will really impact a lot of kids' lives. And also, I want to talk about the redesign that we worked on for the Cedar Riverside, the Brown Call Center and everything. We're trying to push everybody in the city to get behind it and we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, then, I will close on the open time. We've got 7 minutes before we do have a public hearing, so I'm going to get us into the discussion of the next item, which is not a resolution, I found out, and that's the staff presentation on the district stormwater system coordinated between project partners on the Upper Harbor site. And we have several people coming forward to present. What am I seeing? Oh, yes, Sandy and Julie.
Good evening, President Forney and Commissioners. Julie Aldrich, Project Manager for the Upper Harbor Terminal Project. Joining me tonight is my colleague Andy Schilling, who is co-managing portions of the project. Tonight is intended to be a broad overview and introduction to the district stormwater system for the project. And with that, we will be continuing to engage with you throughout the project as it moves forward. We will be back in January with this item for consideration. Showing here is the core park space within the larger UHT development. This 5-acre park space is the anchor of the larger 53-acre project. Here and towards the north and the south, the Parkway Road, the shoreline trails extend north and south with a combined total of 20 acres of parkland, publicly accessible along the riverfront. And you'll see on the southern 2/3 of the site a number of stormwater infrastructure elements extend throughout the site, tucked into naturalized spaces and pathways. I've shown a number of versions of this timeline when I've spoken with you previously. This particular version dates back through 2021, beginning with a park concept plan approval by our board in December of 21. Moving through 2022, we've been working collaboratively with project partners to move the design forward, design documentation. A large part of our work in 2022 has been a very significant demolition and grading project, which will be wrapping up this winter, prepares the site for park construction in 23. The boxed outline area indicates an MOU with the city for the Parkway Road, as well as an agreement for the district system, which we will be bringing forward in January of 23. From there, we plan and anticipate to bid the park project and move forward with land conveyance, land acquisition, and then beginning construction in 2023 with completion in late 2024. And with that, I will hand off the presentation to Andy. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Good evening, President Forney, Commissioners. Before I jump into the kind of meat of the matter with the district stormwater system, I just wanted to provide a couple slides on the grading and demolition that's currently happening on the site. We have 2 construction cameras set up kind of in the main park area on some of the infrastructure that's being preserved. This photo is taken from that piece in the center of the site, looking north. So on the left-hand side, you can see in September, there's actually a dome that was just removed. The camera wasn't online for that first shot of the dome being taken down in that spot. But you can kind of see the relic of the dome footprint there in the foreground and the site as you move back. There's pavement underneath that kind of gravelly surface. There are berms all along the shoreline, very steep slopes along the shoreline, really inaccessible kind of slopes. And you can see on the right-hand side, just before kind of the last snow, I've given you a shot of kind of how it's been graded through. I know President Forney and Commissioner Thompson have had a chance to walk through it sometime in November, and you can start to see the dash line there is the kind of the park parcel. We will own everything from that point to the river. You can start to see the parkway alignment showing up there. You can see the much shallower graded shoreline condition all the way along there. New topsoil added there for restoration activities. Looking south, so this is another camera shot looking south, that you can see all the infrastructure in the foreground, midground, a couple domes, conveyors, a very large warehouse behind the domes. And you can see on the image on the right, those have been removed. We are salvaging a footprint of the large dome on the right. That's going to be in the park plan as a youth workforce and development kind of green infrastructure focused area. And also has some interpretation value, obviously, with some of the infrastructure there. And there's, I'm sure you've seen this before, but we're salvaging infrastructure for interpretation as well in certain spaces. You can kind of see the superstructure for for the conveyors. Kind of right in the foreground is the Excel tower that will be removed with an Excel when they move their lines in the next phase. Again, you can see the parcel lines, everything to the left of the parcel, or that orange line is future park land. I do have a time lapse, a 1-minute time lapse, not in this presentation, but if you want to see it at the end, just request that I can bring it up. From the piece that we're talking tonight is about the Upper Harbor District Stormwater System, a bit of a background of how we got to this point, talking about district stormwater. Back in 2017, the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization, or MWMO, approached the city, the park board, and other partners on this project about using a district stormwater system approach at Upper Harbor, not looking at stormwater on a site-by-site basis, but more integrated throughout the entire development. Key pieces that were part of that district stormwater system approach was not just stormwater, but we're actually including habitat connectivity and creating public ground or public spaces.
Andy, unfortunately, it is 6:30, and we are going to have to recess the full board to go to the planning committee because they have a time-certain public hearing.
Thank you, President Forney. It's 6:30 now, so I'd like to call the planning committee to order. Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Vice President Smith, absent. Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Alper.
Present.
Co-Chair Bene.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would somebody move the agenda for approval?
I will move the agenda.
Great. All those in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Okay, the agenda is approved. We have no minutes. We do have the public hearing that President Forney mentioned, and then we have one action item, which is related to the public hearing, that I'm assuming we have a presentation for. So I think we should do the presentation first, and then do the public hearing would be ideal. So, yeah, great. And I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda with names on it, so I apologize. Crystal Passy. Oh, it's Crystal Passy. Great. Hi, Crystal.
I'm just going to presentation. President Forney, Co-Chair Alper, Co-Chair Bene, and Commissioners, thank you for giving me a chance to hopefully briefly share the concept plan for the Powderhorn Park improvements. The Powderhorn Park is in the Powderhorn Park neighborhood in Park District 3. We have for this project MPP 20 funding, capital levy, and park dedication for just over $1.2 million. Some of the money will go towards obviously project management, community engagement, and administrative costs, and then survey and geotechnical, which leaves about just over $1 million for construction. The timeline for this project, we started in early spring, just kind of scoping and talking to staff, and then we started some engagement in June, but we brought the community engagement plan and community engagement plan assessment, which was approved to the board on July 6th. And then throughout the summer and fall, we did community engagement. We had over 7 in-person open house style meetings in the park at different times of day. We had plans that we shared with the neighborhood association. We also advertised in the Southside Pride just to let people know about the project. We posted several surveys. We had really good feedback from those surveys. We also did have delivery notices and park signage, and had some bilingual staff at some of our park meetings. I'm showing the kind of zoom in of the park recreation center kind of area on the southeast corner of the park. That is where we focused our concept plan, and I will get into why that is. But there already are some of the park master plan improvements that have already been implemented. That includes the playground on the north side of the park, which was implemented a few years ago. Actually, this summer, the tennis courts were resurfaced. closer to the rec center. The playground right by the rec center was redone, and the wading pool was redone. And actually this summer, the basketball court was resurfaced. The master plan for the South Service area was approved in 2016. This part of the park on the southeast corner shows kind of a agriculture kind of learning garden space over here on kind of in the circle, and then a nature play space. There's some other improvements that includes like expanding the basketball court, building improvements, pavilion, and some kind of like shoreline access. Our community engagement, as I talked about briefly, the first part of it was really about asking the community what they wanted us to implement first, so kind of prioritizing what parts of the master plan we should focus on. We had those 5 open house kind of sessions. We had an online survey. We had over 300 responses on that survey. And we didn't just ask, should we do these things? We also asked other things, like what would make the park better? Then in August, we shared back what we heard at another open house, where we found that people really wanted us to focus on the 3 top priorities, which were native replanting, shoreline restoration, and just kind of keeping the park wild. That's kind of what we heard a lot of. The nature playground on that southeast corner, and picnic pavilion and improved picnic areas. Then in October, we kind of translated what we heard and came up with a couple of concepts to kind of share back with the community. We had 2 open houses. One was during the day and outside and was a little bit more informal, and then the other one was in the evening. And we also had an online survey, and we had signs up at the park so people could just comment as they came through the rec center. These are the 2 concepts we shared. This is concept A. It shows, I'll just kind of go through a couple things. It shows expanded basketball court, this kind of nature adventure play on the hillside, this learning garden kind of like similarly to where it is in the master plan, and some kind of gathering and picnic areas. We also showed them this concept B, and we asked people what they liked about this. We really heard that people were more drawn to concept A with a few things that they liked from concept B. So from that, we also talked to people about kind of other things that we could incorporate into the project and kind of explored that. So these are some of the things: shoreline restoration, new signage, the learning gardens, things like that. And we looked at whether we could do that as part of this work. Some of those things will actually be a future phase just because of our funding limitations, but it was important to explore those things as part of our engagement. I'm just going to go quickly into a couple of existing pictures just so you can kind of ground yourself in where we are. So this is the basketball court. It's looking very nice. And then we have, this is the kind of picnic area in front of, right by the rec center. And the pathway going up, leading up to that kind of southeast corner where the playground is. And then the existing playground that's up there, which is definitely in need of repairs, but we can't really repair things anymore, so it's at the end of its life. Now I'll share the concept plan with you that we are hoping to have approved. So these are just some examples of like the kind of ideas that were inspiring to the concept plan. The overall design inspiration was really about connecting to nature, water, and people, including native plantings to expand regional habitat, incorporating nature play, incorporating artistic abstraction of water, kind of like how to design that in. We're still working on that. Incorporating indigenous forms and plantings and healing spaces, improving accessibility, incorporating places of discovery, adventure, and play, and then artful incorporation of interpretive elements. I'll start at kind of at the most south part of the park. This is 35th and this avenue, and this is, street, and this is 15th. And this is kind of the core part of our project, which is this adventure nature play space. It incorporates the use of the hillside, and I think people responded really well to this. It has slides, it's colorful, there's native plantings kind of incorporated into the hillside. And then we also have the kind of like nature play pods over here. The playground equipment will be kind of this Robinia type look. We haven't obviously decided any of that, but it's kind of more of a natural look. I think it will blend really well into the landscape and fit with that nature play kind of theme. And then we also have this kind of more nature play pod with a sand play and some loose parts kind of nature play space. Some future elements would be this learning garden, which we don't have the funding for at the moment, but it is something that would be up here, and then sort of like a gateway entry into the park, which aligns with the park master plan. And then also future elements would be expanded basketball court with maybe a court mural. People really like that idea. I think kids wanted to expand the basketball court, and so if we do have extra funding when we bid this out and we are able to, we would like to, this would be a priority, I think. Also, we have 2 pavilions on this side to create a space for people to gather. Having those 2 pavilions would allow more than one group to gather. And then those would be future phases. And then also kind of woven in throughout, we would really hope that we would be integrating stormwater management in all of this, working to protect existing trees and reducing conventional turf and kind of replacing that with bee-lawn and just incorporating more native plants into the design. And then I will just, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Passy. I think before we do questions, I think that we should, we haven't moved the resolution and we have our open time. So I'd like to go ahead and open the open time. We have 1 person signed up. And so because of, sorry, public hearing, thank you. And it's a concept approval for Powderhorn Park improvements public hearing, yes. And we have 1 person signed up, and so that person is Mohammed Abdi. And if he's here, if he could come up, I think we'll do 3 whole minutes. It's very exciting, but he's not maybe here. So is there anybody else that came tonight to speak at this public hearing? Anybody else would like to speak? Anyone? Well, with that, I will close the public hearing. And why don't we go ahead and start to, someone on the committee could remove the resolution for the approval of this plan.
I'll do it. No.
I see Commissioner Music's light is on.
I had a question that I wanted to ask before you close the public hearing, which was, are there any written comments that we should have read as part of that public hearing?
I did not know that. So I would like the public hearing to be open again. And Secretary, how many comments do we have? Okay, let's read them. Thank you.
The plan for the southeast corner seems fine, nicely responds to several requests of the neighborhood residents and will be a nice addition. It is sad that the funds are so meager and can't even promise to complete all of this plan. I would like to have several gateways in the park. Residents use all corners and streets and avenues to approach the park, and it would be nice to have more areas set up to welcome and encourage use of the space. 35th Street has at least 3 major entrances, and 35th and 11th Avenue alley sidewalk entrance sidewalk. At 12th Avenue and 35th Street, the sidewalk is stop sign, and also at 35th and 15th. If you use the park or spend time here, you see folks arriving from many directions and using it in many various ways. On this topic, I would like to request information on how we approach and request a space for an off-leash dog run. We used to use the tennis court on 13th Street and 10th Avenue, but they have recently been signed that this is no longer allowed. I'm very sad that these signs were placed. The courts were activated by so many folks in the previous several years: bikers, skaters, dog walkers, pickleball, tennis, and simply children's play. We walk the park daily, and while South High uses the courts a few nights a week in session and lessons are held once a week, it is sad to see the courts so seldom used and now off limits to so many. I have a very hard time understanding why so many have been excluded. How does one ask for this rule to be reconsidered? The two spots that would seem easy and reasonable for a dog run would be either of the former tennis court areas on the 10th Avenue at 32nd or 14th Avenue at 33rd Street. These nice open spaces would be great for a small, say, 2-court fence dog run, somewhere to play play ball off leash with the pup. Any help or advice you can provide would be appreciated. In closing, I would like to add that the upper walkway and ball field area lights were never updated with LED lights, I believe due to lack of funds. When the lower lake circle was refurbished with LED lights, the upper lights are out frequently. I counted at least 10 last week, and the new LED lights are much improved. The downward facing lights focus area and the circle of light so much wider, creating a better, safer walkway. Is there any way to apply to get these replaced or upgraded? How much does each light refurbishing cost? Could we raise funds and self-fund this refurbishment? Please let me know how I should reach out to someone or a department in particular to discuss this further. That is from Paula Gilbertson. Next, from Sean Fitzgerald, I urge you to vote no on the draft Powderhorn improvement concept. First, this is a departure from the existing master plan at both the northeast and southeast corners of the park. Since this would include construction, a citizens advisory committee per Park Board Ordinance 11 is in order. Second, the draft design was not presented at a community meeting or open house. Most of the 16,000 plus people within a 10-minute walk of Powderhorn have not seen this. Third, a vote for this design is a vote for climate change. While the use of plastics, rubber, and metal are not specified in the concept, they are clearly in use in surfacing and play equipment. They may be in use in furnishings. No covering is included. This design will create a small heat island. We need a new vision for building playgrounds to eliminate the risk of heat illness and sunburn as well as other injuries. Please send this back to the community with enough time to build consensus on the park changes. This is from James. My name is James, and I am the president of Twin Cities Skaters. We are a multi-service, local, grassroots, Black-owned roller skating service here in the Twin Cities. Each year we have grown significantly. We provided roller skate rentals for events large and small. We do demonstrations and performances. We also offer lessons and maintenance help, boot exchange for local skaters, and our large collection of roller skates. In the last 2 years, most of our gigs have been funded by institutions and grants made available to provide services to the community. We were born and raised and started in South Minneapolis. Although St. Paul and North Minneapolis have had most of our events and have grown our business relationships. We have been actively looking to do more in South Minneapolis events and looking to connect. We have done one gig in the Powderhorn basketball court last summer with Boys and Girls Club. It seems to be a success. Roller skating can be beneficial for fitness, well-being, music, culture, performing arts, getting people together, and just overall cheap, safe, family-oriented, sober fun. I believe this was actually not about Powderhorn Park. I'm going to stop at that point.
Thank you. And with that, I'll close the public hearing. And so would someone on the committee please move the resolution?
I would like to move Resolution 2022-333, resolution approving the concept plan for Powderhorn Park improvements.
Great. So is there any discussion about this item? Oh, yes, Commissioner Co-Chair Elper.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would just like to say, Crystal, she knows this park like the back of her hand, and has gone to countless meetings, one-on-one meetings with community members, the engagement that she's talked about, and I just want to say thank you for your work on this, on the development of this. I also want to commend her for her cross, I would say, silo work. I mean, definitely want to point out that shoreline restoration and native replanting rose to the top, and it's something that I've heard from people too, and I realize that crosses boundaries in terms of departments, and I hope that our executive leadership today and that commissioners can figure out a way, looking as we go into the new year with projects, just in general, how we can do more of that whenever possible. I do have a couple questions. Crystal, I'm wondering, is the play area that you referenced at the southeast corner of the park at 35th and 15th, I have this list of asset quality ratings for District 3 parks, and it calls out Powderhorn and the play area in the southeast corner, and it's rated 5, and 5 is from 1 to 5. 1 is good, and 5 is the worst, and this one has a 5. Is that the play area that will be improved?
Thank you, Commissioner Alper, and I guess President Forney, she's not here. Yes, that's the southeast. I believe that's the southeast corner. There's no other playground in that corner other than that one we're
That's
replacing.
great to hear that. And then I did have another question. Is this a departure from the approved master plan, the concept plan that is before us tonight?
Commissioner Alper, I don't believe so. I think everything that we're implementing matches the concept, the master plan, and that was really our goal and our intent was to implement elements of the master plan.
Great, thank you for that. I just want to add a couple points. I think we in Minneapolis deserve nice things, and I've heard a lot of things that people want at this park. Whether it's better sidewalks or shoreline restoration, or the lights that were referenced in the public comment tonight. And I hope that we can communicate some of these other improvements that are happening, maybe that are outside of this master plan implementation, to give residents the fuller picture of how we are working to maintain our assets in key parks like Powderhorn, which I had the master plan pulled up, but that operates like a regional park within our city, and it's the biggest neighborhood park out there. It's only 1.2 million in these funds, and I really hope that we could either utilize the existing webpage that we have for Powderhorn improvements to say, hey, it's not just the southeast corner. We are aware of these other things that got brought up, and use that webpage to communicate out the other good work that we're doing. Maybe we even use GovDelivery, but that we keep the conversation going and we don't say this is it for the next, I don't know how many years, 12 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, Crystal, could you pull up the funding slide for me quickly? I just wanted to check. Okay. When I did some quick calculations, design, product management, administrative costs, community engagement, $233,076, and then the total project funding. It looks like that number is about 18 to 19% of the total. And maybe you could just speak to that, if that's normal. I mean, one of the public comments that we heard was, we wish there were more money, right? We wish we could implement more. So my question is, we highly value community engagement, but I'm just trying to get a sense, is this about the percentage that normally goes in a typical NPP project?
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer, President Forney. So typically, community engagement is, I would say, maybe like 1% of the project, 1 to 2. For costs, as far as like project management, and we have LHB, which is our consulting firm. That's usually around 12, and so this is pretty typical. I would say it was a little bit more engagement in terms of reaching out to the community because it's such a big community. And I was really wanting to make sure we were reaching, since it is kind of a regional park, I went a little outside of that, but not very far. So it's pretty average, I would say.
Okay, thank you. I appreciated hearing that. And, because we have many iterations, even in one park, of community engagement. And, it's just something to think about how to maximize our dollars. But thank you for that kind of rough overview.
Are there any other questions? Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing that we're seem to be complete and satisfied. Thank you so much for your work and thank you for the presentation. I'd like to go ahead and vote to approve Resolution 2022-333. All those that would like to, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, that resolution passes. And with that, I'll adjourn the Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you. I will reconvene then the full board. And I believe that we are at another, we were partially into the discussion item. Sorry. Welcome, Andy, again.
Thank you. All right, just taking back off on this portion of the presentation, get really the background of how do we get to a Upper Harbor district stormwater system. Again, looking to, instead of working on parcel by parcel basis, a district stormwater system is integrated throughout and also provides an opportunity to really create connected spaces in the lens of habitat, kind of expanding the public realm with public spaces to go into these facilities, and obviously more interesting conveyance and usage of stormwater. So what is a district stormwater system? You can read the definition yourself if you'd like, but this is how we've interpreted it. I'll kind of hit the high points. It collectively manages stormwater across public and private boundaries, requiring cooperation between multiple parties to fund, construct, maintain, and operate. Really, again, the intent is to have that added benefits of native habitat, decreasing pollution, treating and reusing stormwater, and creating these connected spaces versus a traditional site-by-site system. So this is the overview for the district stormwater system. You can see there's a lot of call-outs. You can kind of see the parkway meandering through the site on this graphic. Really, from the parkway, from the west edge of the parkway towards the river, again, is the MPRB future parkland. So there's a lot of facilities happening here. There's a lot of integration happening here. The callouts that are framed in green are areas in which the MWMO are providing, through funding and design, enhancements to what would be considered a baseline regulatory level stormwater management system. So I'll highlight on the next slide here, highlighting those that are within the park board property. So if you look in kind of this, working from the right-hand side of the slide, shoreline restoration is called out. So we have an existing grant awarded from MWMO for up to a mile of shoreline restoration that we're currently working on. That restoration is considered part of the district system. It's like an expanded definition which includes habitat. So even the maintenance of that piece is in consideration of the district stormwater system. And moving into more of the core, where it says Parcel 2 Future Park, the main park area, we have infiltration basins, an outfall to the Mississippi River. We have kind of what's called force main, wet well, underground reuse. Those are all associated with a reuse system that will feed an ephemeral stream that you can see as a call out, and creating kind of more of a dynamic version of stormwater management where we can turn on and turn off water. This really starts to feed into our youth programming and development for green infrastructure. Creating those facilities are right next to that dome area that we're preserving, and creating kind of a space for programming and education and understanding, and as well as it's managing stormwater on the site, right? I think the other points are I have an item way on the left-hand side of the slide that is a purple outline of the South Regional Treatment and Storage System. So there is a plan not just to manage stormwater as a district system on this 53-acre property altogether, but also taking regional water from North Minneapolis and being able to capture that, treat it, and run it through the ephemeral stream infrastructure that we have within the district system. So really being able to utilize that water and being able to incorporate that into this infrastructure. So anticipated construction and phasing for the district system. Right now, I'll just kind of go through these items. Shoreline grading and restoration is already underway as part of the grading and demolition project. In 23 and 24, the city and the park board are going to be kind of the first partners installing these components of the district system. So each parcel owner installs their portion of the district system, and then it links all together. So it has to be phased in. We can't do it all at once because development isn't happening all at once. There's a phase to this entire site. With the district system for the park construction, again, we'll be putting in the infiltration basins, reuse system, ephemeral stream, and there is an overlook feature kind of on the southern end that MWMO has also already provided funding for us through a grant, and there's an outfall, basically a pipe connection to the river in that area. The city will be building, as part of their parkway construction, a couple infiltration basins and gray infrastructure associated with a parkway with pretreatment structures. And then the remaining development parcels that all have district system components to them will be phased in between 2024 and 2030, thinking about the First Avenue venue site and the other parcels that currently UP or United Properties is kind of the ground leasee for the city. And then a caveat with at the bottom there, you can see if we're not getting development to kind of spur the other areas along in terms of the regional system, MWMO may elect to build out the regional system in 2025 if development hasn't been triggered on that site, and that's a parcel way on the southern end of the Upper Harbor site. Capital funding. The baseline here for each parcel pays for what they would normally be required to include in their development when developing their parcel for stormwater. So those are the regulatory requirements. MWMO kicks in grants for above and beyond features, kind of those things that were highlighted or framed in green. And for us, that includes the reuse system on our property, an ephemeral stream, as well as the shoreline restoration, which again, we've already, I should add the overlook to that as well, which we've already received a grant for. Then MWMO also has a phased loan to support project build-out prior to all parcels connecting into the district system. Since there is a lot of phases happening here, some, like the park board, has to build in infrastructure to accommodate this entire large district system connection. So we would receive funds from this phasing loan because we are kind of building out a slightly larger system in comparison to our regulatory requirements, and we would get dollars from this loan. We won't be making any loan payments. We are receiving dollars through that loan so that we can fund the construction of this district system as part of our park phase construction. So it's kind of a revolving loan. Some parcels pay in, some parcels get paid out from it. Operations and maintenance funding. Each parcel pays for what they would normally have to do in developing the parcel. Again, similar to the step for the capital side. There's a determined fixed amount through kind of working with MWMO and their consultants. We've projected what annual maintenance would be and the dollar amount by parcel. So there's a fixed amount with an annual inflation adjustment. Excess funds are set aside for a replacement fund. And MPRB, as we start to build the capacity in-house, initially our staff has kind of suggested we pay into the system, like as shown, a fixed amount. But we can elect, or we may elect on kind of every 2-year basis, if we want to start to bring our maintenance of our part of the district system in-house. So if we want to perform, kind of self-perform that with staff as our capacity grows, as our youth employment and green infrastructure piece starts to expand, we could bring that in-house in lieu of paying in for maintenance. There's also an administration role for this, since it's a large district system, multiple parcels, multiple partners. There will be an administrator of the system. Our position is that we're not interested in being that, but MWMO will be the initial administrator of the system according to the current negotiations that we have, and that would transition to a city's role long-term. That administrator sets annual budget for operations and maintenance, ensuring adequate maintenance is done on the site, reviewing any proposed changes to the district system, and getting contractors, because the actual maintenance will be provided by a combination of third-party contractor and any in-kind services that we elect, and as well as the city has indicated that they would be doing their services in kind. And with that, I will ask for questions.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions? I knew the lights were coming. Okay, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, President Forney, and thank you for having this discussion item on the agenda. It's really interesting to hear about this and be briefed at this stage. I totally support the idea of any kind of district stormwater because it can provide maximum benefit. And at some point, as this is going on, I'd just like to nose in a little bit and understand just how much of North Minneapolis's drainage system is maybe able to be captured inside in the drainage area for this location. And maybe already.
Commissioner Benny, I don't have the exact acreage, but it's hundreds of acres that would be coming in on the regional side.
That's great.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So that's a big deal. Mm-hmm. And so it makes a big impact there. And, I think about, the ephemeral stream idea is kind of cool because we don't have a lot of, we do have streams, of course, that feed the Mississippi River, but, it's not like Duluth where there are all those different streams that come down the hill. And so I think it really will connect people's thinking to just how that water can get into that river from an urban setting like the city of Minneapolis. And so is the city really, they're really prepared to take ownership of this after this initial the administration oversight after the watershed?
Yep, that's part of the, Commissioner Benny, President Forty. Yes, that is part of the agreement, is to have them take on, and we are asking MWMO to be kind of the initial administrator, really kind of work out kinks, right, and to be able to set it up for success long term. So right now, we're working on MWMO may in fact be the administrator through 2030, kind of where the bulk of the phasing is taking place between now and then, to really link up the system and understand kind of the roles and responsibilities of the administrator as we continue through. Yeah.
They have experience doing that, I think, at Tower Side, and
Correct.
so that's a great model, actually. I think they're great partners, honestly, and I really appreciate their vision. I think they really have done some work to kick these off in Minneapolis. You mentioned the outfalls, so there was the outfall that's on Parkland. It's sort of centered in the site, it looks like, and it may be an existing location, but then you said there's one down by the overlook or whatever, which makes sense, it's down. So there are essentially two that come through?
President Forty, Commissioner Benny, there will be a new outfall right in the center park of the future parkland area, and also one that correlates with the overlook that you can you can see the call out here. That one is, the one on the overlook is really for high flows.
Okay.
And also, it's also kind of an educational tool. So there's going to be a gate valve there that can divert the ephemeral stream to allow kind of the macro invertebrate population to be able to go directly into the river. So most of that southern half of the district system actually connects into an existing pipe along 33rd Avenue North.
Okay, well, I'll just throw one more comment in, that is, give some thought to who should own those outfalls. There's obligations that come with owning such a thing, but maybe it's also an opportunity. And water is entering parkland, and perhaps it makes sense for the park board to own those, and I don't know what you're thinking, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any other lights? I don't see. Thank you, Andy, for this. Suddenly, sorry. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. Sorry, I was a little daydreaming in this project, and I'm sorry my light wasn't on. Thank you for noticing me. I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work, and I think it's still like, it's such an incredible project. And I would just piggyback on Commissioner Benny's idea of that storm water drain. I'm certainly not an expert, but I think it would behoove us to consider that idea, especially given other storm drains that we don't control and have caused us problems. So thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other lights. Just a couple questions. First of all, I love the stream. I mentioned at the last meeting that I was in Monterey, and here they had this, 360-acre property right next to a river, and they built their own little river, which was all concrete base and everything. And anyway, having something natural that is purposeful and et cetera, is just I think utilitarian, but also educational. So that's very exciting. Andy, you had mentioned, I think, when we toured it, that the northern portion of the parkway was going to be a heavier base to it so that it can be accessed by the northern neighbor. Is that still in the queue?
Yeah, President Forney, so the parkway going from Dowling to the north has to be built in a way to allow for the industrial land use that happens just to the property adjacent to the north, to allow for trucks to be hauled between those two, because that will be the only access to that parcel. I actually, Julie may be able to correct me here, but I think that same sort of pavement profile is actually getting built, not just in that length, but throughout the parkway itself. So it is not different from the rest of the parkway. I misspoke if we mentioned that in the walkthrough.
Well, and I was concerned about that because it seems to me this is really the only access road for the all of Upper Harbor. And so I know that there was some configuration as far as how service vehicles were going to be coming to the First Ave, and the, stuff. So anyway, it's a unique situation that we are allowing these vehicles to be on this roadbed, and I have concerns. I guess is probably the best way for me to say that we're doing something contrary to what we do with our other parkways, and which brings me then to the city being the administrator eventually. We have had the city being the administrator of our parkways, and we are underfunded. And so I just want to make sure that whatever contract we enter into, that we build in one thing that has been missing, and that's called inflation. And so I hope that will be somewhere codified, that we're not caught, 20 years later, underfunded in this particular area, because we're servicing that whole to-be community. So I have some real concerns there. And then also I just have to say I'm pleased that your presentation called it Upper Harbor and not Upper Harbor T. So, and I know we are going to be needing to name that. I would hope that we could move towards that direction. Maybe call it the Upper Harbor if you want to, but take out the other T part personally. I think those are my only question. Otherwise, it's very, very exciting and anxious to watch it come forward. So I think I don't see any other lights. Thank you for the presentation, and we will move on then to our next presentation, the 2022 Climate Resiliency Presentation, Greatest Hits. I feel like we should be having music, the greatest hits.
Oh, you're dancing. You brought me.
And it's a duet we've got.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Celebrate the greatest hits of Climate Resiliency 2022.
All of our biggest hits in one presentation. You'd have to watch hundreds of hours of board meetings on YouTube to gather these 8 presentations.
Jeremy, you're already off script, but truly a work of the heart. Including our latest from just a month ago, Graco Park and Net Zero Design.
Michael, that was way more than a 0 in my list in 2022. And remember the bonding projects from February?
Can't your pages I sure do, Jeremy. A great start for 2022 and millions of memories.
That is you again.
Oh, hold on. And who could forget ecological system plan and carbon footprint analysis?
That's right. Adam, Lyndon, and Madeline were really covered a lot of ground that night back in March. Or my favorite, personal favorite, Philip Patyandi's presentation on tree planting and tree species diversity in April.
That was a real toe tapper, Jeremy. Or mine, MPRB fleet.
That's right. Dale had us rolling in May, and we've been rolling ever since with that one. Of course, no list would be complete without the Green Minneapolis Climate Resiliency Initiative update that David Wilson, Michaela New, and Todd Wagner gave us back in June.
Jeremy, this one might have started slow, but it came on fast. Hold on. Or this hot number.
Hot indeed.
No, wait.
Oh.
Water use and reuse.
Hot indeed. Back in July, John Duzman was on fire that night. And so hot, we had to skip a month. And we had James Schaefer join us in September for the timeless hit Forest Cities and Cooling Study.
And that was certainly a cool moment, Jeremy. And that's the greatest hits of Climate Resiliency 2020.
Great gift for Mother Nature on Earth Day or Mother's Day. And remember, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It's not.
Yay! Encore?
That was our rehearsal.
Awesomeness. I think that we've got some riveting questions on here, or cool questions. What should I say? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. I am now terrified that you will both be poached by a comedy club to start emceeing. That was fantastic. We all learned a lot from your teams this year around climate resiliency and the work that the Park Board is doing to start advancing the way that we think about our changing climate and its impacts on the system. So thank you all for the hard work that you've put in to help us better understand it so that we're better prepared to help our constituents understand just what's happening to the parks as part of this work. Thank you.
Any other? No? I too, I proposed this to Superintendent Bangora when I became president, because we are doing such amazing work in this area. And I know that this board coming on, this was a priority to you, to address climate resiliency. And it is, we are doing just amazing work. And kudos to you all. Thank you, and I look forward to 2023, because I believe, not seeing any lights and everything, I get to adjourn the last board meeting, full board meeting, excuse me, of the year. So I declare that we have. Oh, I'm sorry. That's true. P's and C's. I will not adjourn. I take that back. Okay. All right, Commissioner Thompson.
I was going to pass, but I'm not going to because, I have a very friendly relationship with my emotions. So just take that. Superintendent Bangora handed me something, and I'm going to read it. And I already feel my heart racing because you read this and it almost doesn't sound true. But I've been a part of different places where I know this stuff happens, and it's sort of a love letter to us. So it's okay. I'll try not to cry. Okay. Thank you. This is from a Northsider named Layla R. The Minneapolis Park Board gave me a chance when no one else would. I was homeless, living in North Minneapolis with no job, no motivation, and little guidance. At 19, I knew nothing of the world or how to navigate it until I met Leslie Vinson. She invited me to join her program, Imagine Your Future. I joined and got to meet other young people like me. We worked together week after week, learning about resume building, how to interview, and what it means to live and work in the community. By the time the 8-week program was over, I was ready to step into the world, equipped with the tools I needed to succeed. Leslie Newman and Sarah were able to help me get a job at Pop-Up Parks in the summer of 2021. I met so many kids and was able to reignite my passion for the younger generation and serving others. When the summer ended, I got the opportunity to apply for front desk. I had no experience, but the park took another chance on me and hired me at Farview Park. I got to join a team that felt more like family. Over the past year at Farview, I got to learn so much from the team and my wonderful bosses, Sarah Rossman and Brian Hall. The park board gave me a chance to find purpose, and I did that. Words cannot be expressed how grateful I am for everything. It breaks my heart to leave the park and family, but I know that I'm always welcome and can come back. Thank you for seeing me as more than just a troubled teen. Thank you. And I just, we discussed so many things, but obviously that's very close to my heart. And I can't say it better what the best of this organization can do. So that's a petition and communication, not from me, but from one of the many people who live in the North Side. Thank you.
Wonderful. Commissioner Schaefer.
I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for the teamwork that we displayed during the budget process. I thought we did a great job, and I'm looking forward to next year. I don't know, maybe not quite yet, but I do want to say thank you. And then I did get to see the Lake of the Isles warming house get put in. I was on my run around the lake, and there it was. So I got to watch it in person in awe and take a couple pictures. So thank you to all the maintenance team and the park police and everyone that came together on that effort. Lastly, I just want to mention that the bar engineering report is posted on the MPRB website in regards to Lake Nokomis and Cedar Lake, so that people can take a look at that. It's exciting to have that as part of the Cedar Isles planning process. So I'm looking forward to digging into that as well. So thank you for the work to get that out. And I must say, I think the assistant superintendents have set a new level for engagement and curiosity for our meetings that, might be tough to follow. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Pass.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. Since this is our last meeting of the year, I wanted to take just a few moments of everyone's time to just say thank you to my colleagues publicly, because I know I left you all notes and you probably weren't entirely sure who they were from because my signature is terrible, but I would like to publicly acknowledge just how thankful I am that you've allowed me to reclaim my joy in doing this work. It's been a privilege and an honor to be able to serve with you this year, and I really look forward to another year in 2023 of advancing the work that the Park Board does to improve the lives of the people in this city. So thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you to all the staff that have worked tirelessly all year long to bring my colleagues up to speed on how we do work, and also helped advance so many things that just had felt stuck before, and to see that they're moving again feels really good. So thank you all for your work to help make that happen. Have a happy new year, and we'll see you in 2023.
Commissioner Menz.
I'd just like to reiterate those sentiments. Just thank you. People ask me all the time, they're like, do you like it? And I'm like, yeah, I love it. It's like and it's because of you all, and it's also because of the public, the constituents who are willing to engage in this democratic process and be a part of their community. I really value those constituents who choose to reach out and choose to look at agendas and also look at what's happening in their parks. I think that we all are up here because we want to help serve our communities. And there's no doubt that all of you are very, very invested in that. I'd also like to wish a Happy New Year to my colleague to the right who has not been here, and I know we all miss her. And just, if she's out there, just let her know that we're thinking about her as well. And Commissioner Smith, and then just really grateful and looking forward to a new year. Thank you for reading that letter, Commissioner Thompson. That is really the joy of what this park system can do for people, and especially for young people. So thank you.
Commissioner Alper.
Thank you, President Forney. I think it's a good moment of reflection, as my fellow colleagues have mentioned here tonight. And as I look back on this year, I think there have been some incredible high points and challenging situations that we've gotten through, both as a group and for me personally. And I do want to say that it has been stressful, and I think I've found a way to better manage some of those highs and lows. But I just want to say, on a personal level, I hope that we can next year institute a 5-minute recess for a bathroom break, maybe 2 hours in or so. I think you might also see me standing more often. I've encountered that sitting has caused my ankles to swell. So, I plan in the new year, and I hope you all join me on this journey of personal health being first and foremost, and that hope that you'll take the time for your mental and physical health to put yourself first so that you can give back to others. And I know I will be doing the same. Thanks.
Commissioner Benning.
Pretty much was going to pass, but there's all beautiful thoughts. So I share all of those expressions, and I actually look forward to next year. So thank you to everyone here, and also to the citizens, as a number of us have said. Thank you.
Thank you all for those wonderful sentiments that I think we all share. And I don't think anybody commented that we passed an almighty budget last night, and I'm very proud, as Commissioner Schaefer, that we managed that through, and I look forward to next year. So with that, I will adjourn the full board for 2022. On then to, what are we on to? We're on to...
Legislative and Intergovernmental.
Yes, Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee. Whoever is chairing that.
That is me, so I'm noting the time is 7:27, and I'd like to call the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee to order. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Vice President Smith, absent. Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Co-Chair Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Bene.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would anyone move the agenda for approval, please?
So moved.
Great. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The agenda is approved. We don't have any minutes, and we have a couple of action items tonight, and we won't really have a presentation, but we will have an opportunity to have some discussion. So I'd like to start by asking someone on the committee to move the first resolution.
I can do that. I move Resolution 2022-335, resolution approving the draft 2023 MPRB state legislative agenda.
All those in favor of moving this? No, wait, what did I say? Oh, yeah, thank you. No second, right. Okay, so the reason I'm very tired, and I also have a very complicated agenda to run here, I think, for this one. This is our 2023 draft agenda, and the first amendment that we need to consider is related to staff amendments in this agenda. So I would like to move into discussion the staff amendments to the 2023 draft MPRB state legislative agenda.
I would, let me see if this would be correct, but I would like to just move to approve the staff amendments as a slate, save for two amendments. One, the first being penalties for assault, and the second of which being penalties for fireworks. I'm wondering if that would be copacetic, or should we go through each individually? What do you think?
What I thought we could do on this one is start with the strikeouts.
Okay.
And then go one by one through the other items.
That sounds good to me.
So if my colleagues can wait a minute, I think we can attend to the strikeouts pretty rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
So there are too many to go through, but the strikeouts are basically to update the agenda based on accomplishments from last year or things that maybe have aged off in some other way. So it's just to make the agenda current. And so I'm hoping all my colleagues have had a chance to read that. So I'd like to take that as the first thing we can vote on, is the approving the strikeouts, or do we have to wait, Secretary, to, yeah. Yes, we have to do it all at once.
Co-Chair Bene, and I will invite Pamela or Brian to articulate if there was another version of this. But what I would say is you've moved the original resolution, and that original resolution is actually at the base of it now is this striked out version.
Yep.
Is that full piece. So that is now the base you're working from.
Okay.
And now it sounds like where you want to go next is the slate of staff amendments to that document. So I think it's just a question of whether you're moving these as a slate or individually.
Okay.
If commissioners didn't want the strikeouts or things like that, that would have had to have been an amendment that would have come in.
That makes
sense. So I
sense.
think you'll start working through those as you work through the other amendments.
Okay.
Or you'll have to suspend rules to introduce additional amendments. But you're starting from that base document that has the strikeouts.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So then we essentially have 3 additions at this point on the staff submitted agenda, and then we have some funding changes at the bottom. So I think we do need to go through these one by one. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm going to read the first one, or at least introduce it. And I don't think we have to move to do that because I think we're in this document talking about this document. So, okay, the first one is penalties for assault. I don't think we need to read it, but Secretary.
Thank you, Co-Chair Bene. I think anything that is on this document, which is then the staff additional amendments, you'd have to move those and either approve them or not approve adding them at this point. So when you're moving it into discussion, you're actually moving it, there will be a discussion, then you vote it up or down.
Okay, so we'll take them one at a time. Okay, so I apologize. So I'd like to move for discussion the first item that's new to the agenda, which is penalties for assault. And I see some lights, so I'll start down there. Commissioner Thompson, although you're not on the committee, right? No, you are on the committee, yeah. Sorry.
That was the first name called.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So I want to be super clear. We're talking about these one by one. Yes. That is.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't have issue with really any until the bonding projects. So.
Okay.
I respect the I mean, I'm happy to add to discussion, but that's just what,
Yeah,
let me know.
So again, we've moved for discussion, the specific one, penalties for assault. I see Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so I have a few different issues with this. The first being, when you're increasing penalties, there are a lot of different factors that I think you have to consider. There's the impact on the individuals who would be committing the crime, but then there's also our criminal justice system, the impact on that, and the money that goes into that, and the care and the intention. And I understand the idea behind increasing penalties, but I think it's kind of a sort of, it's a little bit of a tough on crime sort of situation, which has been proven to not really be effective. If you are someone who is going through a mental health crisis and you happen to assault the park staff, I don't think you're thinking in your head, well, they recently increased penalties for assault on park staff, so I'm going to stop. And on top of that, in a year where we really want to be streamlined and focused, this takes our staff, and I think it puts us in a direction that we are not really used to as a park board. And so I guess I'm wondering, would be for you, Council Rice, is this sort of thing something that our legislative team has a lot of experience in?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olson, no. Not for this organization. I mean, way back in the past, 40 years ago when I did work, yes, but that was 40 years ago.
And just me being familiar with the legislative process, this sort of work is quite laborious. It's a bunch of different committees, it's a bunch of different legislators that we would have to be talking to and rallying and working with. And, knowing now with the DFL trifecta and having worked quite closely with folks who would be leading some of these committees, I don't really think that this would be something that would be flying through. This would be another question for you, Council Rice. I think one of the most recent examples of this in history of increasing penalties for assault is with Metro Transit staff. I'm wondering if you might detail briefly all that they had to do to make that happen.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olson, I generally recall it just because when you're at the legislature, you walk through the halls and you hear bills. I'd have to maybe do some research, but I do know that, engaging in the Criminal Justice Committee it is pretty time consuming, and what they would do is hear all the different proposals of ideas to increase or decrease penalties, and then they weigh them all up against each other, and they get fiscal notes, and they try to figure out what's the cost of the idea. They usually get an estimate from the Department of Corrections, the other prosecutors, public defenders, like, okay, this will result in 10 cases a year being brought or additional numbers, but we can do it, but it is pushing us into another area of specialty over at the legislature. We can bring the idea forward and see if we can get legislators or other like-minded people to bring forward ideas. I'm not, please don't mistake my comments as saying don't do it, but it's a specialized area of what the legislature deals with to look at these things.
And, I think, that just underlies these next 2 years are incredibly rare. The opportunity we have is incredibly rare. And there are really great things that we already have on the state agenda that are going to require a lot of time, a lot of staff hours, a lot of concentration. And so I would just really encourage us to focus, not go into this. I like the intent of it. I get where we're going, and I like the idea of supporting our staff. But the thing is, I think the effect of it and the effect on the other policies that we're hoping to get through would be negative. And so I'd really encourage folks to vote this one down. Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
So I guess I'm confused about what other workers are in this classification, because I don't want to devalue, I don't want it to be perceived that we're devaluing our workers and not standing up for them. So I mean, I hear Commissioner Olson and the fact that we do have this rare opportunity. I don't want to bog it down, but what are we saying to our workers if we don't do this, especially frontline workers or, I mean, lifeguards. I mean, my daughter's a lifeguard. I've umpired baseball. I mean, like, there's a significant risk to assault in different entities and different workers who work for our park board, so I don't want to be permissive either.
Secretary Ringgold, you have your light on?
Co-Chair Bene, I have it on for another topic, so I think Chief Bahato's better for this.
Thank you. Hi, hello, Chief.
Commissioners, Commissioner Menz, the penalty currently for assaulting almost all of our frontline staff, to include lifeguards, umpires, people who work in recreation centers, our arborists, our tree inspectors, would typically just be standard misdemeanor assault. In fact, slapping a police horse currently is a greater penalty than slapping a lifeguard. We are not alone in this request. The city of Minneapolis is also pursuing increased penalties for their city staff who are on the front lines. I think that there's an opportunity to work alongside city staff with this. Pamela and I have both been in contact with city staff around this proposal. And the intent is to make sure that we are valuing the very difficult work that frontline municipal and park employees have.
Thank you. As someone who's personally impacted by these things at times where there is no recourse or there is no, I don't like to be punitive, but at the same time, I know staff in school buildings who get assaulted and there are no consequences of meaning, and it doesn't necessarily encourage that from happening in the future, but it does say something to the staff. And so I'm going to be voting for this amendment.
Commissioner Thompson.
I pretty much, Commissioner Menz summed up probably what I was going to say, so I guess I don't need to say anything except for I would echo his sentiments. I think this is important as someone who has been in these intersections many times before personally, and I think it speaks toward the way we want to protect our staff. And we need to remind ourselves, as hard as it can be, as many mental health crises that we have, ultimately we have to err on the side of recognizing that we need to protect our vulnerable workers and not people who choose to take different actions. And that's just a hard intersection we have to reality face. That was a Yoda way of saying it.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment. I do find Commissioner Olson's arguments compelling. And actually, though, it's not, and I'm glad that our colleagues here, though, expressed that it isn't really about being tough on crime, it's about showing support for workers in the public realm. And so what I think I will do is support this one. It's in committee, and we'll have this in front of us again in a month or so. Commissioner Olson.
I mean, I say where this is going, but I just really plead with you. I mean, so many times before us in the park board, when something comes before us, we really want to take a good look at it. Increasing penalties is a huge implication for our criminal justice system. And there are ways that we can express our support for our employees that do not have huge consequences. I mean, there are really a lot of ways that we can support our employees that do not increase punishment and weight on our criminal justice system. This is not what I believe our board is setting out to do. And I understand, I absolutely get the stress and the fear and the feeling of a lack of support, but like I'm just saying that this is really putting forward a lot of things that we value, or this is putting a lot of things that we value at risk for this next session for what is a token gesture. It's not, I really do not think it's going to go through any committee. I really just think it's going to be a waste of time. And I feel like we have been a practical board. I feel like we have been a board that looks to what is the true consequences of things. And I feel like with this, we're being not that. And I get it. I get it. But let's just please not be reactive. Let's please, if we really want this, I know we hate all our studies and stuff, but like, let's really look at what the consequences of something like this could be. And let's, if we want to support our staff, let's find ways within our means, within our specialties to do that. I mean, and we're talking about protection. I mean, we in our budget, we voted for a huge increase in public safety and staffing. I mean, we're doing that. We're there with them. I don't think this gesture is needed.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. Excuse me, I work with a chalkboard. I respect what Commissioner Olson is saying. And it does seem like the start, or it could seem like the start of a narrative that is not something that we as a board or as an entity would claim to support. And I also would encourage people to consider the idea that what has happened so far, there's no teeth. So there are certain people who are constantly in the intersection of these spaces with no protections, and the penalties are so shallow that it doesn't impede someone from repeatedly doing it. And also, as someone who works all the time with young people, sometimes these kind of things can help curb early possible issues. Past that, I'm not sure if I'm articulating very well. It's not in my brain articulating very well at all, but I respect what Commissioner Olson is saying, and this still has my support because of a lot of different broad measures of just showing that we cannot allow our park staff or our city staff to be consistently harassed with no, I mean, it's like basically a shrug. And I've seen it happen in schools, and it can be demoralizing for staff. So that's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Menz?
I'll just reiterate that and say that it's not about harassment, it's about assault. So this is about physically putting hands on another person. It is about assault. It's about, and for many of our female employees, for many of our employees who, I mean, it's just, I hear what you're saying though, Commissioner Olson, I get it, but it's, I think it's a good amendment, something to push for.
Okay, again, and I think we've all spoken twice, and I'll just say that, again, I think that the other compelling factor here is that the city is working on something similar. It may be an opportunity to leverage it. We'll get through, as we work through this agenda, crafting this agenda and our federal agenda, you know, we can also hopefully, maybe someone will come forward with maybe a way to somehow prioritize some of these items as well in the next round. But with that, I think I would like to, so I believe that we will then vote on this inclusion in the agenda. So we moved it for consideration, and now we're going to vote to see if we'd like it to move forward on the agenda. All those in favor of doing that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so that one is now included on the agenda. The next item I would like to move for discussion is the penalties for fireworks item. Commissioner Thompson, yes.
Thank you. Obviously, this is in many ways connected with the one we just discussed. But I would just like to say, obviously, we know there was a massive incident around the 4th of July last year with fireworks. That is not uncommon in North Minneapolis. They are a hazard and a danger. And again, this has to be coordinated with other things, but I completely support this. I don't even really know that nothing else needs to be said for me right now, so thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I mean, Same thing. This is not like, we don't have like a plague of fireworks being shot. I know there was a big incident, but to have this and to change state law, I just don't think we're quite thinking completely through this, and I would urge against it. And I mean, I'm just really curious. No, it's fine. I know where it's going. I'll stop.
I'm going to go with Commissioner Menz first.
Thank you, Chair Benny. I do feel like this one is a little bit more reactive than the previous amendment, and I personally think we shouldn't have any fireworks ever. I don't even think we should have a fireworks show. So, but I don't think that we should necessarily be reacting to a single incident.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Benny. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak to this item. As someone who's been the victim of firework violence on numerous occasions when I was a resident of North Minneapolis, I can tell you that the repercussions of people using fireworks as weapons echoes through people's lives for, I mean, I'm over a decade now past when this occurred to me, and I still have a really hard time with fireworks and being around them. Since we obviously cannot have people have chosen not to use them responsibly or under the auspices of the law that allows non-aerial explosives, I see a lot of value in us penalizing people that choose to break that law in a way that might be more of an incentive than what it is now, where it's chaos and a free-for-all.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Benny. Yeah, I would just like to say that I respectfully to my colleagues, I believe Commissioner Olson said we don't have a rash or a plague or something of fireworks, and Commissioner Menz said a single incident that this is reactive. I'm sorry, that speaks toward a privilege of not living in a neighborhood where you have the entire month of July being fireworks central, and June, and sometimes August if we're having fun. And I too have had a firework as I was driving down Dowling aimed at my car where I was at a light and there was nothing I could do. And that is the last time that I drove down Dowling on the 4th of July, and one of the only times I've even been in the city in the last 10 years on the 4th of July. So I just want to say this might seem reactive, but the way I see it, living on the north side for the last 13 years and being a part of that community for well over 20, it is the incident that happened downtown was like oh, now people might pay attention. So that's where we are, and I cannot say it more fervently how grateful I was to see this, because this is just on our legislative agenda. As Commissioner Olson said, it might not get any traction, but I pray to God it does, because the north side needs a break, and it is becoming very dangerous. It's like a joke that nobody even considers how to deal with it. It's been ignored for the last at least 5 years, if not longer. That's all. Thank you.
Before I call on my colleague, I would like to ask the chief, I don't know that we know for sure, was there a companion, I don't recall, was there a companion item from the city on this one?
Chair Benny, my colleague Pamela has indicated that she doesn't believe so, and I'm not familiar that there is.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Olson.
I get that we're dealing with scary things, and I get that it really impacts folks. But again, we're dealing within a whole system here. And what has been shown quite a bit through our society is that increasing penalties does not necessarily deter crime. It just really hurts the folks even more who are doing these dumb things. And they are dumb, and they shouldn't do it, and they're hurtful, and they're scary, and they cause trauma, and I get that. But let's just increasing penalties. This is something we go through all the time in our society. You know, it's an argument that I see quite often at the legislature from, in particular, State Senator Warren Limmer in the last few years when he would negotiate across the aisle from his counterpart, Carlos Mariani. And they repeatedly are asking for more and more and higher penalties like places like Alabama or Missouri or other, kind of tough on crime spots. And they don't have better public safety outcomes. I promise you, I'm watching the testimony, I'm watching the expertise on this sort of stuff. I understand, but let's try to separate our emotion and look at the greater scheme of things. Just increasing penalties is not going to have the effect that you think it will. I promise you that. And I'm sorry. And maybe there's more we can do. We're hiring more officers. We're trying to get out there. Thank you.
I don't see additional lights, so I think that we can take a vote on this one. So all those in favor of including this on the next draft of this agenda signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed?
No.
I think we need a roll call on that, Secretary?
Commissioner Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Smith absent. Commissioner Menz. No. Co-Chair Olson.
No.
Co-Chair Abene.
Aye.
You have 2 ayes, 2 nays, 1 absent.
So I believe a tie doesn't carry, so that won't be included. The next item is titled liquor here, so we can. I'd like to move that item for discussion for inclusion on the 2023 state legislative agenda. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Thompson.
I know we've discussed this before in here. It's very vague to say support changes in legislation to expand revenue opportunities. What does that actually mean in terms of the activation of our parks? Like, what would the impacts be? I'm a little, like, on one end, it sounds very benign. On the other end, I know we've had different discussions where it's like, we shouldn't have that happening. So I'm curious what that means.
Co-chairs Abene and Olson and Commissioner Thompson. So this was precipitated by, well, let me step back. In 2020, we sought legislation and it succeeded in getting legislation to exempt Boom Island, Sculpture Garden, and the Commons Park for, we still obtain a liquor license, but we don't have to go through the state. We get it through the city. And this year, in seeking the renewal for our new Painted Turtle vendor, the state denied the renewal, in part because we don't have, state law says you have to have 25, I think it's 25 seats indoor in order to get a license. Well, most of our facilities don't have that, and so it's a significant impact on the revenue that Painted Turtle will make and that the park board will have for programming and other things. And so this is an effort to avoid future blockage of our renewals. And so it would still require us to comply with all the permits for getting through the city we'd have to be permitted to get a liquor license, but to be exempt from the state requirement.
Okay, so we would seek something that would just kind of change the municipality, not like the locations, or like we'd still, excuse me, we would still retain like within our areas of what we're looking for.
Right, it would be for all park board facilities.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, Chair Benny, Co-Chair Benny. So, and then we would be trying to reduce the requirement of the indoor space I mean, I'm assuming, or do we have an idea of what we would be trying to encourage the change in legislation? I mean, I'm assuming that we would still retain the ability to sort of determine which spaces we would support liquor.
Yeah, Co-Chairs Abeni and Olson and Commissioner Menz. Yes, so the legislation we would seek would give us an exemption from state law for for our park board-owned land with facilities, but we would make the determination of where we needed to add a liquor license or renew a liquor license, and it wouldn't change how we issue them or consider them or anything like that, but it is getting around the prohibition on the 25 seat.
So it gives us more autonomy.
Yes.
Council Rice's light is on. Let's do this.
I think, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that looking at this language, the sentence might have to be expanded by the time, or clarified by the time we present it to the legislative at the breakfast. But essentially, Pamela's said that it's really, we need some more flexibility about how the board, where you've already decided you wanted to grant liquor license, for example, the Painted Turtle, or some other places that wouldn't otherwise meet state standards, that would basically be giving the board the flexibility to grant the liquor licenses for permitted places that you're looking at.
And Shane Stencil was unable to be here tonight, but he did stop by my office tonight and show me, he has the statutory language he'd like to seek, and he's going to send it to Brian and I soon.
Yeah. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Abeni. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak since I'm not on this committee. This is obviously impacting my district in 23. It's incredibly frustrating to have the state arbitrarily change their mind about how we have to comply with the rules. The city has been much more consistent to work with, and I would hope that my colleagues would support this so that we can get ourselves out of the business of having to constantly pivot depending upon which reviewer gets our applications for a liquor license. It's painful, it's frustrating, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I think this is a move in the right direction.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not sure for Council Rice or Pamela. What do you think the receptivity would be to this request? And do we have to have maybe a second tier request queued up that specifies just Painted Turtle so that we can make sure that we cover that base?
Co-chairs Aveni and Olson and Commissioner Schaefer. So the city is aware of us seeking this, and they, in conversation with Shane, have been supportive, and they do have a provision on their legislative agenda that will be adopted with full council tomorrow that does speak to local control of liquor licensing. The state, Brian worked on the last legislation, but it would be part of the omnibus liquor bill if it succeeds. And with respect, it wouldn't name Painted Turtle because we're seeking, what we're hoping to seek is this ability on any park board land.
Yeah, I understand that. But
okay.
you referenced your 2020 work where you specified Commons, Sculpture Garden.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if there wasn't a lot of receptivity, do we have another option?
Oh, no, it passed. I mean, it was successful.
For Painted Turtle?
Oh, I mean, I don't.
I think Pamela said, I think we're going to have to see what Shane comes up with. Generally, the legislature has been, we've already had a number of exemptions for places, and we can debate about whether we want to add, Lake Nokomis and, 3 or 4 other ones. That's usually the easiest approach because then they know what authority they're giving you rather than saying the park board can decide to grant a liquor license anywhere within the 7,000 acres of the park system. That might get a little scary, you could, but let's talk about it, and I think it's kind of where we're on the scale of wherever the board wants to grant it, as opposed to like, okay, these are regional parks and we know where they're showing up. The legislature loves to control everything. There's 201 of them, and they all have opinions. They're like the super park board and the super city council and the super county board, so.
Thank you for letting me ask that question.
Sure. I see no other lights, so is any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, then I'd like us to vote on this, including this in the agenda. So those in favor, including this in the 2023 state legislative agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That passes. So the last changes to the agenda, or items that we wanted to pull out to discuss, and are the NPR bonding projects at the bottom. And so I'd like to move the modified list of the NPR bonding projects for discussion.
I think we also have a couple words under climate resiliency that we need to approve. Does that count as a strike through, or is that separate?
It's really, it's an ad, but we kind of had some other ads by the strike throughs too. So I think I don't feel like that, I think that was in the group at the initial part here.
We all agree with it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all agree with it.
Co-Chair Bene, that is different than the base language you have, so I would suggest taking an action on it.
Okay. So before we go to the NPR, I will not move the NPR bonding projects, but I will move now I'm getting, I would like to move on the climate resiliency item, there's the addition of the term green infrastructure in that item. So I'd like to move that for consideration and discussion. Okay. Oh, I see Commissioner Menz is late.
So we're just adding that language?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean.
I was considering adding some other language too. Like, I think that we think about this climate resiliency and we don't always think about the things that aren't very climate resilient or don't, like with fields and construction of fields. So it could set the precedent for how we eliminate or don't use turf, or at least explore that discussion, but that might be just for another time, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Menz. I wonder if that's more of a policy issue and maybe not a legislative agenda item, but we will have an opportunity to continue to revise and refine this agenda at the next meeting. So if you see something, you could put forward an amendment. So all those in favor of including the term green infrastructure in the climate resiliency item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That is now part of the agenda. So again, I would like to also then put forward for discussion, move to discuss the NPR bonding projects changes as shown on this document. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much. I looked into this, and I recognize we had a lot of people coming to speak about Cedar Riverside, although I cross-referenced that that's now in our federal funding as well, so I hope that maybe I can get support for adding back the green infrastructure and habitat restoration of the creeks. Shingle Creek and Bassett Creek both fall in District 2, and Shingle Creek has been grossly neglected for actual decades. If you ever compare and contrast Shingle Creek with Minnehaha Creek, it's just there's no way to compare them. I mean, it's actually very sad to me because it's a beautiful waterway that was a jewel of the north side. If you didn't know, Weber Pool used to exist because it was just kind of a little pool within the creek, and then that slowly became a pond, and then it slowly became a pool, and so on and so forth. It iterated over the last century. We lost that because the bonding didn't happen last year. And I really would be remiss to consider not having that. I would like to put it back, and I do not want to change our bonding projects. I think the top 4 that were there in our original draft is what I would like to see through. And again, supporting the idea that the the Coil Center that all the young people came in to talk about, that we have this over on our federal fund, and so it's not that we're ignoring that, just I really cannot support losing Shingle Creek.
So I think that this was added by staff, and I'd like to actually ask Mr. Arvidsson to come up and explain a little bit about the strategy here, and if we're having a net loss of any kind of focus, or is this just a kind of a reworking of, is the new 4 a reworking of the old 4, which is somewhat my impression.
Chair Benny, and I might ask for some help here, potentially from the superintendent or lobbyist Rice as well. But as we were thinking about the sort of the context in which the kinds of things people are giving funding to, and also some real prioritization around the critical need to improve parkways in our system, which has been a discussion throughout the budget process. That sort of climate resiliency bond request, staff is at this point recommending that transitions more into looking at green infrastructure around our hard surfaces project rather than the creeks themselves. We don't have a whole lot of definition around that project just yet, and obviously there will be an action to formally approve bond submittals in February, along with the final legislative agendas. But those parkway projects could also happen throughout the city, in all kind of quadrants of the city where there are parkways, in an effort to sort of better manage our stormwater and create habitat as well. So it is a bit of a shift specifically, so I understand Commissioner Thompson's point that we are stepping away from the project that we had proposed last year and into a different climate resiliency project that focuses more on green infrastructure, specifically with our roadways, and potentially gets some of the benefit of being able to improve some of the parkway conditions throughout our system as well. So for better or for worse, that's what's being suggested by staff at this point.
Am I still on my time or no?
Well, I'll call.
Oh, no, it's okay.
I'll call on you again in a minute. Actually, I'd like to call on Commissioner Musich next.
As long as you will allow Commissioner Thompson additional time to speak, should she run out of her second time, since I think she still had time on the clock. I don't want to cut her short if she
I
was not
thought she was
finished.
done, and I called Mr. Arvidsson to the podium, though, so.
Okay, were you done with your time?
I was not, but I respect that you asked, but I was
okay.
wanting, I mean, the clarification is necessary that it is,
okay.
My assumption
Okay.
was correct. It's losing money from Shingle Creek. And I would just, if I have, just finished my thought on this time. This is so North Minneapolis, where the can gets kicked again for the tour, the flavor of the year, and it happens over and over and over and over and over again. And Shingle Creek, if it was a little kid, it'd be like that kid waiting for their lunch for like forever. I mean, no money has come to this space for so long. And the neighborhood and the community was excited about the fact that we were finally going to get some upgrades. And so seeing it just literally like struck through, actually was like, oh man, like my heart actually sunk. So I'm just imploring you, please consider that. I cannot support these bonding projects, and please consider that. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Musich?
I think Director Arvidsson may want to respond to
Chair
that.
Benny, can I make a clarification? Thank you, Chair Benny. I just want to make sure that the board understands that these bonding projects are in addition to the CIP that you did approve. So there is funding in the CIP for Shingle Creek over the next coming years. Granted, it's not the additional funding that would come if we were successful with bonding. But I just want to make sure that it's clear that replacing that Creeks project doesn't affect the CIP that you approved. These bond projects would be above and beyond that. So there is roughly $3 million in the regional and neighborhood portions of the Shingle Creek Park that is programmed in the coming near-term years, 24, I believe, in the CIP, and that money would not be affected by this change in our bond project requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to call on Commissioner Musich again. Go ahead.
This time I will totally and absolutely embrace speaking to this topic. I'm supportive of adding Cedar Riverside Recreation Center to our agenda. As much as I understand that we need to find money for parkways and that green infrastructure needs to be part of that, I worked really hard for a number of years to get the creek funding added to our bonding. It was something I was very hopeful would get funded. And unless the legislative team tells me this will never, ever receive funding, I don't want it to be struck from our bonding package. So if Councilor Rice, if you could weigh in on that.
If I could, Madam Chair, yes. I would say, I was aware that there were some changes, but as I focus on it, I think that Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Musich have a good point. Actually, we were getting traction on number 4. Representative Lee introduced a kind of combination of green infrastructure and climate resiliency, and we did actually visit Shingle Creek, or the bonding tour did actually visit it and did understand, the House did, and Fu Lee is the chair of the bonding committee, and there's probably going to be a bonding bill happen pretty quick this coming session. So I don't think this should be an either or. I think it can be a both and I'd encourage the board to stick with this number 4 priority and maybe add a 5th and 6th with the parkway matters, because we actually were getting some traction on it, and Representative Lee literally lives within a 9-iron of Shingle Creek. So, I mean, I think he gets it because he sees it every day crossing across Shingle Creek. Not that he's doing it because it's in his area, but I think he gets what creeks do. So, yeah, and I think that actually they may even be developing a bonding bill now that actually has money for us, whether you act on it or not. So I don't think it would be prudent to take something off. And generally, the other thing I'd say to the newer commissioners is you should measure twice and cut once, but once you put something on the agenda, then we put time in to get people to talk about a project, and we actually get buy-in from people who you might have to ask 3 or 4 times, and then they finally get it. And so I don't think it's a good idea to, like I say, once it gets on the list, we should stay on the list until it's like absolutely not doable. And I think this one is doable.
Thank you for providing that additional context. I appreciate it. And so since I'm not on this committee, I can't take any actions to expand and retain items, but I would encourage the committee to do so, because this is really important work to fund. We have 2 creeks that were channelized, that have degraded, that are important ecological corridors that we really should be investing in. And I think convincing the state to give us that money is important.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. How long has the Grand Rounds missing link been on the bonding agenda? Bonding requests for how many years, do we know?
Chair Benny, Commissioner Menz, this would probably be the 3rd and a half cycle. So we think about bonding being biennial. So last year, I think, was probably the 3rd time it was on the agenda. Lobbyist Rice may recall better than I do.
And what kind of traction are you getting on that?
Madam Chair, I think the Grand Rounds missing link has been on the Park Board's legislative agenda for over 100 years. I think Director Arvidsson is right, though, that it's been about the 3rd time, but I think it's even been, not your immediate predecessor, Commissioner Walensky, but Commissioner Dietzick actually got it on agenda for a while. I think it has gotten some traction. Sid Jordan, Representative Jordan was pushing it, and there was all this talk about getting some money for it. So, yeah, I think stay at it would be my advice. I mean, will the Vikings win the Super Bowl this year? Maybe.
I mean, I think that that's something we need to examine, and I can talk to Representative Jordan as well, because if there's one that, in my opinion, should be struck, it's that one. Just because if any of you don't know a lot about the Grand Rounds, it is a very challenging project, and I don't really find that it involves a lot of climate resiliency. But that said, I don't want to take anything off the list, especially if it's getting traction. But what I'm hearing is it gets a little traction, but then it's like, we'll do it later.
Well, I think Representative Jordan, Representative Jordan.
Yep.
She's a very determined legislator, and
She is.
I would not at all be surprised if we got something done.
Okay. And the other representative that serves our district, Representative Noor, is also working to get funding for the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center. So, I mean, I don't know why we have to cut anything, because I also hear, Commissioner Thompson is right. I mean, if you've ridden your bike along Shingle Creek and you've ridden your bike along Minnehaha Creek, you can see the drastic difference in investment that was done years and years and years and years ago. And it's because Shingle Creek is almost just as beautiful as Minnehaha Creek. So taking it off of the agenda for the state, and if we're getting traction on that, I don't think we should strike any of them if that's possible. But if we do strike one, I would say the Grand Rounds, but I would have to talk to Representative Jordan first.
Secretary Ringgold, do you have your light on?
Thank you, Co-Chair Bene. I apologize that I didn't look more closely at how these changes were on the bonding. And I was thinking that we were kind of combining two things, and Adam did a great job at kind of a last-minute piece to try to pull it together. And if commissioners wanted to keep, I think, all of these on, what might be possible, and I would look to Council Rice maybe to help with this, is I think you could actually divide the question when you vote on these, so then you could essentially not vote to remove the green infrastructure, but vote to add the other two, but you would vote on them individually, and Council Rice can procedurally indicate if that's correct.
Okay, that sounds.
I mean, I think, Madam Chair, I know that it's getting late and that amendments were due, and I again apologize. I should have been paying more attention to this work. Pamela did bring this up, and so did Adam and the superintendent, but I guess it'd be my recommendation to do that. Keep 4, add a 5 and 6 about the parkways and resiliency and also Cedar Riverside. I think that you haven't talked much about Cedar Riverside, but Mr. Schroeder has been working a lot on that. Actually, Representative Noor actually has a path for us to get to this $20 million through a federal program where he actually included legislation in the bill, the jobs bill that did pass, that this would be ARPA money potentially that could be federal money. So, yeah, I think if anything, we've got the trifecta, we've got legislators. I mean, Fu Lee is the bonding chair. That's a big deal, or a BFD, as Joe Biden would say. And there's no reason that these projects have been waiting a long time. We've had Minneapolis projects, frankly, have been handicapped for the last 6 years because they've been very political. They've had to deal with, we've had to find alternative ways, and Minneapolis is not a 4-letter word anymore at the legislature.
Co-chair.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, yes.
Could you please advise the committee on how to amend what's currently being discussed?
I was thinking we would continue the discussion and then pivot back to that as an option.
Okay.
So Co-Chair Olson.
Well, yep, I was going to I think the term was like divide the question between the two, but that's what I was going to try to do, so I'm not discussing.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Thank you for recognizing me as I'm not on this committee. I would like to suggest that the staff come up with a number for us on the green parkways. I'm a little uncomfortable with us as a board just adopting something that says dollars TBD. I think that that's an important factor in looking at all of these and the amount of money that we're looking at. That's just my 2 cents. And I would also like to understand what green parkways means. Like, what are we specifically asking for? Just to redo all the parkways and putting them in permeable pavement? Or what is the vision around that and the dollar amount?
Chair Benny, Commissioner Schaefer, so the reason why there's not a dollar amount there on that one is because it's really brand new, and we need to do a little bit of research in order to be realistic. But when this comes back to you in final form in February, there will be a dollar amount. And companioning that legislative agenda, final form in February, there will be a bond authorization. So there'll be a separate action where essentially we ask you to say, yes, you can apply for bonding. And that will be in parallel with this and will also include a dollar amount and a more detailed project description. What I will say is that it is the master plans that guide our project implementation. So actually a big part of what we're thinking about in terms of the parkway green infrastructure are those things that are moving still through the process with Cedar Isles, but which the CAC recommended some fairly significant parkway changes around green infrastructure. So, I mean, maintaining vehicular ways, but also thinking about rain gardens in the curb area, tree trenches, and underground storage within the parkway corridor itself. There's green infrastructure elements included in the Bede-Makaska Harriet and in the Minnehaha Parkway master plans. So we wouldn't be inventing new projects to do. We would be using this as a way to implement the green infrastructure that is identified in our master plans already.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. President Forney.
Did you want to?
Oh, Secretary.
Co-Chair Benet, Commissioner Schaefer, the other thing that I will indicate is that between now and the legislative breakfast is when staff put together a tremendous amount of materials that the legislature can use to consider the projects we have in front of them. So if this is something that we want the legislatures, our delegation, to be able to think about during the legislative breakfast, we would want it on this agenda, and we can scope it out more. But if we don't do it now, then it won't be part of that conversation. So it's more to hold out there as, if we really want to combine this idea of stormwater and parkways, thinking about some of the ideas coming out of Isles and Cedar, that we should put that place marker out there right now.
President Forney.
Thank you. I'm not also in this committee, but so I appreciate being recognized. I have to admit that when Deputy Superintendent Ringel and Superintendent Bangor, when we were looking at this, I read that how green infrastructure of our parkways impacts the creeks. And so I saw them as basically the same, but it's just a different way of how we present it. I think that they are so married in so many ways, excuse me, that the ripple effect, anyway, of both of these is so significant that I do feel that they're very compatible with each other, and I wholeheartedly support keeping, 6 agenda items. So that's my feeling, and would hope that you would support that.
Commissioner Elper.
Thanks for recognizing me, as I'm not on this committee also. But I hope you can sense my enthusiasm about the Cedar Riverside Rec Center. And I'm going to bring this out one more time. I encourage you all to get your own for those district commissioners that serve here. So I'm looking at the asset quality rating for District 3 parks, specifically, so I'm looking at Curry Park, and I'm not seeing the rec center on there. And I'm just curious if staff could ballpark what their rating for it would be, the Brian Coyle Center, from 1 to 5, 1 being great and 5 being terrible. And I know I'm putting you a little bit on the spot, but, more or less, I'm just...
Chair Benny, Commissioner Alper, I thought you were going to ask a different question, which I've answered in email, because there were some emails that were flowing around today where you had asked why it wasn't on that list. I'm not sure I can answer the question about what its rating is, because I've only been in that building once or twice.
But I believe perhaps Michael
Can Michael do it?
Could I invite him to the podium?
Chair Benny and Commissioner Alper, I'd characterize it this way. The building has, since it was built, has experienced a significant amount of use, probably, and being in one of the most densely, if not the most densely populated neighborhood, it receives use on a daily basis that's probably beyond what we see in most of our recreation centers. I'm not familiar with exactly the metrics that asset management might use, but I would say if you're looking, and your original question about that list was to tell you about the things that were below good, I would say this building is below good, with below good getting worse.
Great, thanks. So that's more on the, for before you get your own copy of your own parks, like 4 or 5 would be definitely below good. So I guess the question I had on this is the current item here would be adding a Cedar Riverside Rec Center, but would it be more appropriate to say new Cedar Riverside Rec Center? I'm just curious about how you chose that language, if somebody could speak to that.
I'll wait for staff to come up and answer that.
What I mean is, do we anticipate having 2? I don't think so, right?
Chair, do you want to say this? Is it?
Chair Benny and Commissioner Alper, let's answer the question this way. We do not anticipate having 2 recreation centers in Cedar Riverside. If the master plan with the preferred direction, or not the master plan, the pre-design that we've advanced, would replace the Brian Coyle Center, PUC would become a part of the new center that would be built, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And so I would just say I know I'm not on this committee, but voting on the full board, I would encourage us all thinking about the trifecta to, keep. I don't see any harm in having 6 items, and so I would urge you all to do that so that we can all vote at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz?
Do I need to suspend the rules to modify the amendment, or?
I believe we're going to ask Council Rice to help us get through this.
I believe that Commissioner Thompson is going to make a motion that will be seconded by Commissioner Menz, which will ask that the rules be suspended so that they can offer an amendment that would renumber the bonding projects as follows. Reinstate number 4, green infrastructure and habitat restoration in Minneapolis Creeks for $12 million. Number 5 would be Minneapolis Green Parkways as passed to climate resiliency for an amount to be determined by January. And number 6 would be a new Cedar Riverside Recreation Center in the amount of $20 million.
You're up, Thompson.
Awesome. Thanks for the playbook. I would like to move to suspend the rules.
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor on this committee of suspending the rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No?
I believe you need a roll call because it requires 2/3 majority.
Thank you. Secretary.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith, absent. Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Co-Chair Olson.
Aye.
Co-Chair Benny.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 1 absent.
Okay, the rules are suspended.
I would like to move.
And Brian's light.
No,
Oh, okay, so continue, please.
I would like to move to rate our bonding projects in the following order. Number 1, rewrite it so it says this. Number 1, North Commons Regional Vision, $6 million. Number 2, Grand Rounds Missing Link, $12.3 million. Number 3, Waterworks Phase 2, $5 million. Number 4, Green Infrastructure and Habitat Restoration in Minneapolis Creeks, $12 million. Number 5, Minneapolis Green Park raises a path to climate resilience, dollar amount to be determined. And number 6, new Cedar Riverside Recreation Center, $20 million.
Is there any discussion on what has been moved? No, so.
Really quick, is it common for us to have this many? I mean, have we ever had this many bonding projects? I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, but, I mean, there's a lot of money there. The 17.6 billion, I think, is the.
We've had numerous ones before,
Okay.
and given the time and the circumstances, I
Okay.
think this meets the spirit of the
Great.
times.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, and just to kind of reiterate, I mean, so much leadership, there's never been so much leadership concentrated in Minneapolis than ever before. Unprecedented, especially with the money. So I think we can handle this. Yep.
All right, well, I guess we get to vote on this, so as, we're going to vote on the on-the-fly changes to the ordering and the language of the NPR bonding projects. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. So with that,
I just would like some clarification about if you voted against that.
No, I didn't mean to. Did I say
Okay.
no?
I thought so, but I could be confused.
No opposition.
Yeah.
Those opposed, there was no opposition.
Very good. It just seemed so out of character. I wanted to clarify that I understood what was going on.
Okay, and I see Secretary Ringgold, yes?
Sorry, just a clarifying question. Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. Council Rice, so there was a motion on the table for the previous amendment. Do we have to do anything with that at this moment?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Substitute motion.
Okay.
Oh.
And now the rules are automatically back in place, I believe. And I have my little cheat sheet here of all of the amendments for this particular item, and that was just the first one. So with that, I'd like to, let my colleagues know that there were several amendments that came forward for the draft state legislative agenda, and I'm going to call on them, if that's okay, in an order that I think is logical. Commissioner Thompson.
I'm just stating that I am going to pull my amendment regarding youth violence prevention, that whole thing.
Okay, we may ask you to do that again, as
Okay.
you're causing a degree of difficulty here that my
I
mind.
apologize. I know there's a lot going on,
I gotta
so I
stick
just
with
wanted to
my-
let you know.
I want to
Okay.
stick with my Post-it. Okay, so with that, the first, now I have to kind of get myself in order here. Okay, so the first amendment that I would like to actually put an amendment forward. If we're ready, so I would like to, I'm going to read a whereas statement, and it's going to apply to the 3 amendments here. Whereas a more streamlined and focused state agenda will have more impact during the 2023 legislative session, the amendment that I would like to first advance is to strike a sentence in the draft agenda we received reading, "This project will acquire and restore 3.25 acres of industrial land along the Mississippi River within and above the regional falls, above the Falls Regional Park from the LCCMR funding item in the draft agenda." So I included that because that should have been stricken from the draft agenda we received. Is there any discussion? So all those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So that amendment passes. The second amendment, also related, is to remove an item is to, remove an item called Crown Hydro from the 2023 draft MPRB state legislative agenda. Is there discussion? Commissioner Mentz?
Yes, I completely oppose this amendment. So Crown Hydro has not always, sometimes can sneak some stuff in there. And by not having it on the legislative agenda, it forces our staff to sort of wonder if we're in support or against. And I think that there has been so I'm going to read something. So it wouldn't require any extra staff legislative time. There's an important reason for it to remain on the legislative agenda. Crown does come up the legislator, and it isn't on the legislative agenda. The Park Board's team may not believe they have the authority to act quickly. So Crown, in the past, there is a history of Crown, and they have tried to manipulate or use land or acquire land. So I think that having it in there doesn't hurt anything unless there's some other reason that you're wanting to bring that amendment forward.
As I mentioned, it was mainly just to streamline and clean up the agenda a little bit, focus it more. And my thinking was that we have a history of including it for many years, and so I guess a question to Council Rice would be, what do you recommend in this case?
Madam Chair, I think that Commissioner Mentz does have a point. We think that Crown Hydro is dead, so I can understand why you bring it up. But it seems like every time this board says anything about Crown Hydro, the proponents of it then could go to FERC and say, well, the Park Board dropped it, so that's a change in the circumstance, so maybe they want it. So, and I don't think we'd spend a lot of time on it and waste effort, but I think it would make sense to follow Commissioner Mentz's advice.
Okay, I would like to rescind that amendment. So the next amendment is remove the item called State Fleet and Equipment Contract from the 2023 draft NPR state legislative agenda. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say, I know this is good stuff. The new majority leader in the House, Jamie Long, specifically mentioned more funding, more efforts for this kind of thing in their press conference around this. So I think it's accurate that we don't need to have duplicative effort, and especially that we're adding a couple other bonding projects and some other things. I think this is good.
Yeah, and I had written this one last year, and I think it's kind of a cool idea, but I do think I think we could focus a little bit more and take this off, and we have this language somewhere in our back pocket if we want to add it in subsequent years, because I do think that we're going to see some technological opportunities we're going to want to seize a hold of. But I was actually very impressed this year learning about what the fleet staff and asset management staff is already doing around this area. So, so is there any more discussion on the removal of this item from the agenda? Okay, so let's vote on that. All those in favor of removing this one from the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That carries. So the next one is, Commissioner Thompson, you had one that you were going to submit for the state.
Yeah, yes, and it's a work in progress, and I will probably bring this idea back. And I think it's a really important conversation piece. With my most high praise for Commissioner Mentz, I would consider this in the spirit of how he brings things forward to let us discuss things even if it's not ready for prime time. I was asked to clarify my original thing of the violence prevention, and I tried to come up with something that was more the heart of what I was doing, and I recognize that it is not necessarily the right time for discussion right now, and it'll take up way too much bandwidth. So I am not going to move it. And I also would like to advise anybody watching out in the hall that this might come back before just the idea, and I'd love to have discussions. And I know we're not there yet, but I do support Commissioner Olson's amendment on the same subject matter.
Thank you. Then the next one on my list would be the amendment from Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I would like to move my amendment deleting the youth violence prevention and harm section and adding under the public safety section, the MPRB will also advocate for increased state funding for youth violence prevention and will seek to support legislation which aims to decrease youth violence, whether legislation results in more funding or not. Yep, just trying to streamline this and make sure that we're focusing on getting this funding. And I think another aspect of this agenda is sharing with legislators. And so I think they'll see it, they'll get it, they'll know where we're at.
Is there any discussion on this from the committee? Okay, so I'd like to vote on approving the amendment put forward by Commissioner Olson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That amendment passes. So back to my magical Post-it note. I am going to go back to one of the ones that I skipped over of mine. So again, the whereas was about streamlining the agenda. This amendment says, remove the item called Maintain and Build on Full Service Community Campus Initiative from the 2023 draft MPRB State Legislative Agenda. I'm putting it out there, we can discuss, and it may come right back off given what we just heard from Commissioner Thompson. So I'm moving that to be removed from the agenda. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Menz.
Where is that one?
It's on page 3.
Well. So we're aiming to strike that from the legislative agenda?
Yes.
I'm not in support of this amendment I'm not in support of it being reduced. I don't think that the school district will understand what we're trying to do there, and we might not get it, but I think it sends a message to our partnership with the school board.
Okay. Commissioner Thompson?
Yes, toward that, just for a little background, when Commissioner Olson asked me to clarify about my initial thinking, that was a great question. You know, does it fit under public safety, or was my initial intent more about like how do we work with kids? That's why I encompassed something that involved this particular thing. I would look to try to change this in some way to be better partners with MPS. As I spoke with our superintendent and staff today, that it's a complicated thing, and the way that MPS is currently in transition, it's hard to make these changes on our end without communication with them, and so I do believe that we should just leave this for now until we can have those conversations, because I do agree that it doesn't necessarily send a message to, it might be interpreted a way that we don't mean.
Okay, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Benny. I would also like to see this stay on, but I would like to have a very frank conversation with the school board about the feasibility of their ability to continue to provide this service in light of their impending bankruptcy if they don't take some serious actions to address the projected funding shortfalls in the district. So, yeah, stay for now, but I think we need to have some very serious conversations about the future of that program.
Commissioner Menz?
I would, thank you, Co-Chair Benning. I would agree with Commissioner Musich. There is obviously some issues going on at the school district with funding, but when we had our brief meeting, I mean, one of the things that they highlighted and we highlighted was that partnership at Bethune, and with the full service community schools. So I don't think it's been maintained very well, because there is some success there, at least with this initiative. So leaving it on there I don't think it does much harm. But I do agree with Commissioner Musich that we got to figure out what full service community schools really mean and what our specific role is in it, and are we expanding or are we maintaining or what are we doing? So agree with that.
Commissioner Olson, and I think I know what he's going to say. Did you want to say something?
Oh, well, I did, but I don't know what you think. Yeah, so just a few different things. I think we are all very much in support of full-service community schools in our partnership. And we will be continuing that partnership. We will be continuing these efforts that we have, just kind of through different means. This is talking about kind of adding on, right? It's talking about doing more. And with a program that we all kind of admit is in a bit of a tenuous situation, I'm not sure if we can kind of really effectively pursue adding more stuff. And I'll also add that, you know, when we were discussing this, it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of support at the legislature for this right now. There's not a lot, you know. We take what we can get, right? I think is kind of what I'm trying to say generally with a lot of these. And maybe there you know, maybe we'll see at the legislative breakfast that there is, but and I see Superintendent Bangora. I know you had some good points around this as well when we were discussing it.
Yes, Superintendent.
Thank you for acknowledging. Thank you, Co-Chair. Benny, I want us to make sure that the position of Bethune, the full-service community school position for us, is within the general fund. So it's supported by the park board in sense of a position. The school's position, I know the funding, I think, is at 2024 with the school board. But I do agree the conversation to be had around the partnership and what it means with the MPS and with the park board is important. But I just want to emphasize, though, that the position that we have currently at Bethune, he's doing a phenomenal job over there working with this. It's been working very well on our perspective, and we showed again during the report of officers. The work that we're doing there has been really pretty amazing. And we have a wonderful staff that's doing great work. But I just want to make sure that I shared that with the board, that this is a position that is in the general fund and it's been supported by us in the park board. Thank you for the time.
And thank you for that. And so I would say, let's take this off, but it's a takeoff for now. And when we can come back and we can have a robust push for when we know that we can do something greater with this. And so it's not, so let's keep working on it, let's keep workshopping it. We all want it, but in the sake of trying to streamline and focus, let's just take it off for now. Thanks.
So, okay, well, okay, Commissioner Thompson.
I just have a really just procedural question. So I mean, this is our legislative agenda, right? So we're not actually doing anything except for saying we're not going to push this with the legislature this year. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify what our action really meant. Thank you.
So what I was actually thinking that since I advanced this this amendment, that maybe it would be good to just bring it back for now, and then maybe have somebody that could retool this for next time. That's another option. I can't retool this because I don't really know what this is trying to do. So, but I think maybe what I'll do is maybe we'll vote on. Actually, just vote on this this amendment, as Commissioner Olson just suggested. I thought there was some agreement there. So it doesn't. To me, it doesn't change that we have in the general fund staffing that's doing this work and it's successful. So I'd like to take a vote now on this amendment, which is to remove this item from the state legislative agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. So it tied, right? Did I hear 2 nays? So that failed. Okay. So maybe someone will work on that next time. Yep. Commissioner.
So this is
Lenz.
coming back to the full board soon. So
Correct.
I will look into creating a new amendment.
Great.
That might clarify what the role is.
I really support that, actually.
Madam Chair, could I just interject something?
Yes.
I think we talked about this before, but our general practice is you put together a draft.
Mm-hmm.
It will lay over until we have the delegation meeting on January 20th, Pamela, that will be at Awamni, which, by the way, is a great location. I think we'll probably get a lot of interest in legislators coming. So really good work by Pamela for arranging that. And then what's happened in the past is that you take the feedback you get from that discussion and then kind of formalize the agenda. For the board, yeah, the next time the board it would come up to the board then. But if something happens in the meantime, I have to say, I'm still a bit in shock with the election. Nobody saw this coming where that we'd have the House and the Senate, and I think Commissioner Olson made a good point. We've got a majority leader in the Senate who's from the city. Representative Knorr is a committee chair. The tax chair is from the city. There's a lot of people who have gavels from the city, Hornstein and Dibble. So it's a lot of opportunity. The president of the Senate is from the city, Representative Senator Champion. So anyway, sorry.
Thank you. I want to keep moving here. So there's one more amendment, and it's the Abeni Thompson amendment. I'd like to ask Commissioner Thompson to read that in.
Oh, yeah, except for it's not in front, right in front of me. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer to the rescue. So Amendment 1, and I'll just move the amendment. Whereas emerald ash borer, EAB, is regulated in an effort to slow the spread of insects, whereas the MPRB is responsible for identifying and tagging the removal of public and private trees affected by EAB and other invasive species in the city of Minneapolis. Whereas property owners are responsible for costs to remove diseased trees from their property, and although the cost of removal may be levied as a special assessment to their property tax bill, for certain low-income homeowners, the cost of removal might still pose a hardship. Resolved that the 2023 draft MPRB state legislative agenda item related to invasive species be amended as shown to add, quote, and begin to fight for grant dollars that may be set aside as a hardship fund for low-income homeowners for required diseased tree removal, end quote. I think that's the end of that. No.
Yeah.
That's the end of that one.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Okay. Oh, I would like to call on Commissioner Alper.
Thanks. I hope that you can, one of you the amendment makers could speak to the thought process behind it a little bit, please? Or are we just ready are you ready to vote?
No.
I can, or you can. Thank you, Co-Chair Abeni. The thought process, thank you for asking, Commissioner Alper, was twofold, as there's another amendment. As we have talked about, there's sort of a moving forward, what do we do differently? And then there's sort of a, how do you make people whole who are experiencing this where their tree's already cut down and they're already struggling, or they're currently struggling. So the idea was to try to maybe get something projected to the future that maybe we could win over state lawmakers by. And then also, hopefully, maybe there's one-time monies that, because there's such a surplus, someone might give us in an effort to help homeowners that we'd be autonomous over as an institution. Commissioner Benny, would you clarify if you think I'm getting it wrong or right?
That's great. I think that the other thing is that there is already an emerald ash borer item in the legislative agenda, and so it's an amendment that'll be an ongoing activity. It's something that we've already been working on. So it seemed like a natural place to address some of the things that we've been hearing recently. And then, as Commissioner Thompson said, we have another amendment after this that's related, but maybe somewhat different, that wouldn't necessarily be solely focused on disease tree removal assessments. So.
Great, so thanks for that clarification. So just to restate the obvious, that the idea behind a grant program would be looking at the people who have been assessed, say, this year or the year before, and we have that list of, I don't know how many were in North Minneapolis zip codes, maybe it was around 400, something like that, looking at those, maybe doing some sort of prioritization based on, that would be details that come later, correct?
That's the idea. That's the spirit, I would say, yes.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Is there any other discussion or questions? So I'd like to vote on that First Amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So that amendment passes. I think there was a second one.
Are you going to let me move this as well? Okay. The Second Amendment. Ooh. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Whereas the MPRB has the power to tax the taxable property in the city of Minneapolis, which may result in increases to local property taxes. Whereas MPRB may levy and collect special assessments from benefiting property owners for disease, tree removal, and other improvements. Whereas Minnesota Statute Chapter 290A, Property Tax Refund, provides for property tax relief to homeowners in Minnesota based on 1, income, or 2, steep year-over-year increases in property taxes. Resolved that the 2023 draft MPRB state legislative agenda be amended to include the following, quote, property tax relief. The MPRB supports the continued use and improvement of Minnesota Statute Chapter 290A, Property Tax Refund, as a mechanism for providing relief to homeowners paying property taxes, and the MPRB supports the creation of a third type of homestead credit refund for special assessments for homeowners who qualify based on income. That's it.
Yeah, Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I mean, support this, and I like the intention, but I guess I should do my due diligence. I'm not quite sure how this might be received at the legislature, or if there's been efforts like this in the past. So I'm wondering, Councilor Rice, what do you think about something like this, how it might go?
Madam Chair, I mean, I think it's something that should be explored. You know, again, if we're talking about is the park board trying to effectuate a big statewide tax credit program or deduction, that's one thing. But I do think this issue of emerald ash borer is very serious. I think we found a lot of ways that it's the park board is out in front of this issue. We've seen it. We deal with it more frequently than other cities, and I think there probably will be talk about some sort of assistance to either taxpayers or cities dealing with emerald ash borer. And I think it's probably more likely to be cities like St. Paul that are going to get in the queue saying we need help because we don't have the money to tear the trees down. What the next move is what you're seeing now with private property. We dealt with it on public property, now you got to deal with it on private property. So I think it's a good initiative, and we can probably won't look at exactly like this by the time the legislature figures it out in May, but it's a start.
You know, and I'd like to just add that one of the things that, at least my thinking, co-authoring this with Commissioner Thompson, was that, you know, I have had 2 assessments this year. I had a tree assessment, which I paid, but then I also have my roadway assessment, which I anticipate will be about $9,000. And so that's about $11,000. And so if I were retired and still living in my home and all those things, you know, that might have been a hardship. And it's the system that we have in Minnesota. So I do think in some way I'm hoping that this does push the conversation for this I think really great tool that we have in our state to just maybe get looked at and assessed. And also, Ms. Gokemeyer, could I ask you a quick question? I think, wasn't there something that the city had on their agenda that was maybe related to this that might be a nice dovetail?
Co-chairs Benny and Olson. Yes, they have. I'd have to go back. It's on my computer and look, and they're adopting the full agenda, the agenda of full council tomorrow. There is a reference to property tax relief of some kind. It doesn't reference special assessments or tree removals or anything like that, but it's a more general.
So there's might be some momentum on sort of looking at property taxes and the impacts, and you know, we all have to pay. We pay them. It's part of owning a property, and in this case, this is particularly targeted to homeowners and homestead status, which I think is also good. But you know, there are some costs associated. We know with owning properties, those of us that do. But there are some circumstances that I think kind of push people a little too far. And so that's why I think this might be at least something that says, hey, we're paying attention as assessors here or as leviers of taxes. Yes, Commissioner Schaefer.
I just wanted to say thank you for the creativity to both Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Benet around this, because this is partially a direct result from what we heard at our last board meeting around tree assessments and the pain that people were feeling. And so I really want to commend us and just compliment you guys in particular for this work, because I think it's creative, I think it's new, and it's exciting to me. So thank you for your efforts.
Any other discussion? So let's vote on this one. All those in favor of adding this item to the state legislative agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No one is opposed. That one carries. So with that, let me get my list. Okay, so those are all the amendments for the state legislative agenda. I just have to find the original agenda. So now I think we have the resolution in front of us, Resolution 2022-335. Is there, which is approving this draft agenda now as amended. Is there any further discussion on that resolution? Okay. So all those in favor of approving that resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? We have a draft legislative agenda. Okay.
I'll move Resolution 2022-337, resolution adopting the 2023 MPRB draft federal legislative agenda.
Thank you. So in this instance, we have a couple of amendments, and so I have those in order too that I think make sense. So the first one is an amendment from me. So I'm going to read it. Okay, so whereas the MPRB is an MS4 permittee under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, whereas the goal of the NPDES permit is to reduce pollutant levels, to quote, reduce pollutant levels in point source discharges and protect water quality in accordance with the U.S. Clean Water Act, Minnesota statutes and rules, and federal laws and regulations. Whereas the statutory definition of a municipal separate storm sewer system, or MS4, means, quote, a conveyance or system of conveyances, including roads with drainage systems, municipal streets, catch basins, curbs, gutters, ditches, man-made channels, or storm drains. Whereas the MPRB operates an MS4 in the city of Minneapolis, I wanted to amend the Green Infrastructure Parkway as noted here to strike out the narrow remove reroute words and add the word improve certain parkway segments to achieve stormwater quality benefits in accordance with the MPRB's NPDES permit. This may include targeted reduction of impervious surfaces, reconstruction of storm sewers to install engineered stormwater BMPs, and installation of green infrastructure BMPs. So I can answer questions, I can speak to this, or I can start with calling on Commissioner Thompson.
I just need to note, I have an amendment that I will not be moving, so you can strike that from, because I would just like to, I just think it's funny that I only just noticed that you sent something at 6:40 a.m. and I was trying to speak toward the same thing right at noon, so there's no reason for me to move mine. Yours even has the strike through, so we'll go with that. I support this.
Okay, I'll cross yours off my Post-it note.
Sounds
Okay?
good. Remove
Okay.
the Post-it note.
Commissioner Olson.
First question would be for staff generally, or perhaps Director Arvidsson. With this amendment, do you think we would be able to accomplish what we're seeking to accomplish?
Chair Benny, Commissioner Olson, if I'm understanding the amendment correctly, are there also strike-throughs from the last few phrases, or was that a previous?
No, they're strike-throughs. I forgot to mention those.
Okay.
When I read it. Yeah.
So Commissioner Olson, the narrow remove reroute versus improve, I don't think is limiting. There are master plans that do suggest narrowing, removing, and rerouting. So again, we were really just seeking to implement master plans. So I think improvements is a fine thing. The list of possibilities that were originally included in the amendment were meant to just open up a whole lot of things that again are involved in our master plans. So I don't know if the second set of strike-throughs is meant to take those options off the table for us for future projects, or whether it's just an effort to streamline. So it would be hard for me to speak to whether that would limit us or not.
So I would say to this, I know why the removing of the narrow, remove, and reroute, and the eliminate impervious surface, and all that is on there. But I would maybe say, let's keep it as it is. We know, I think, generally where the board stands on these kind of issues. Let's let the work go forward, and then we can make a determination of what to do with these funds in our master plans and things like that.
Sure.
And so that's why, but I get it, and in many ways I kind of like where you're going, but I don't think I'm going to be supporting this one.
So I actually would like to make a couple of comments. I think when I read this as is, and I didn't pay much attention to it last year, to be honest, but to me, it was talking about green infrastructure and really pavement removals as a strategy for getting water quality. And really, that is actually can be a very minor impact on water quality. In fact, we've had the Cedar Isles Master Plan referenced here tonight. Some of the environmentalists were upset about the addition of a contra lane trail because of the additional impervious surface, and they were told by Park Board staff and the design team that that additional impervious surface is negligible from a water quality perspective. The other thing is, I think that what this is doing is actually making, to my mind, which is a water resource engineer's lens, right? Is making this actually more factual, like what you would actually do if you were going to green your parkways. And in fact, it goes back to the other discussion we were talking about with the bonding bills. So to me, this kind of matches it up a little bit better while doing the same thing. So for example, really, if we were going to work on a parkway infrastructure, how would we be touching shorelines in that? I don't really get that. I don't really see how we would be doing that. Maybe those are in master plans, but if there happens to be a shoreline near, a parkway, it wouldn't prevent us from, not mentioning it here doesn't mean we can't do green infrastructure BMPs, which is how it's written. So what this is doing is talking about the green infrastructure things we can do, some targeted removals of pavements, which are in master plans, but also really the gray infrastructure, the engineered systems that we're starting to now see in our concept plans, hopefully, for Cedar Isles coming forward under parkways, and an important way to transform our parkways into make them having what's called in my industry a stacked and shared benefit. Layering benefits and land uses in that space. So that's kind of what I would get excited about if we could do, but the last thing I'll say is I really don't even know what this will do on the federal agenda. So I'll call back on you.
No, I think those are great and valid points. I'm just the one thing on your comment on impervious surfaces being relatively minor. I think that was for one trail. I'm wondering if we have data as a park board on our roadways, our parkways as a whole, what they contribute to water quality in our system.
Chair Benny, Commissioner Olson, no, I couldn't tell you what the contribution to water quality, presumably degradation, might be from our parkways, in part because many of our parkways are draining directly into storm sewers that are also taking water from the urban surface. So we can't distinguish between our water and the city's water. And when it comes to impervious surface, it's really about what it's draining to. So in the case of a trail running through green space, that impervious surface is just draining into lawn where it's typically infiltrating and doesn't have a whole lot of water quality impact. The parkway itself is draining into a storm sewer that flows typically untreated into the water. So actually reducing impervious surface in that situation can help. So it really, the nuance is all in the details on exactly where things are draining and what the pipe shed might look like. So the intent here, I think, was to throw the kit of parts out there. And if we ever get some projects that might be federally funded, then we would do the right project for the right location, and employ that entire kit of parts as called for the master plan for that location.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, so I think I would like to keep our options open. I know less about the federal side of things, but I have looked a good bit into the funding that Minnesota is getting from the infrastructure or the Inflation Reduction Act and things like that, and also at policies coming out from Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, and things like, transforming highways, removing highways, urban highways that are depleted and things like that. And as far as getting funding and trying to approach that, so I think that there's merit to keeping the kind of language on here at the federal level, and then we can determine if we get the money or whatever we can do. So I just think there's merit there. So thanks.
I would also just like to add, as again, a water resources engineer, that I think that that changing the language that includes some reduction in targeted reduction in pavements where it makes sense, pavements, because the Cedar Isles plan, I think, had this trail segment was actually right behind the sidewalk or adjacent to the sidewalk. It probably flows into the curb and gutter. So our trails do also run off, not just to green space, but also to the lakes and so on. But anyway, that's a digression. This is our federal required activity around stormwater management. So this to me broadens what we're trying to do in our parkway spaces to meet the requirements of really something that comes from the Clean Water Act, the National Pollutant Discharge System. So we're making a response to really a federal mandate if we think about this more broadly. We can still get rid of some pavements where it makes sense, but that isn't the sole focus of this amendment, and I don't see us doing that. But I do see us investing in water quality improvements. I do see this board doing that if we had the opportunity. As we repair a parkway, we may choose to retrofit it with more of this type of infrastructure. So, is there any other comments or discussion here? So, okay, so I would like to put to a vote the inclusion of this amendment to the federal agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That one passes and moves forward. And that was the only amendment. So now I'd like to ask if there's any further discussion or anything we want to discuss here on the resolution 2022-337.
And we don't have to move any of the staff additions or subtractions.
Oh, my gosh.
There's one on the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, there's some additions.
You're right. Oh, my gosh, yeah.
So projects for federal funding, there's some stuff in there.
I'm so tired. Yeah.
I'm wondering if we could, it feels like, I would like to make a motion to move both the additions and the subtractions from the staff as a slate.
All right. Secretary Ringgold.
Sorry, Co-Chair Bennett, my understanding is this was the base one that you moved. Okay. So you've already done this document that has the additions on it, and then you've just modified it with the additions. So you don't have to do anything more other than approve it as amended.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
Okay. Any other discussion on this, the agenda item? Okay. So all those in favor of this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That one also passes. And with that, I will adjourn the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee.
The time being 9:16 p.m., I will call to order the Operations and Environment Committee. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Schaefer. Here. Commissioner Alper.
Here.
Commissioner Abene.
Present.
Co-Chair Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Lovely, thank you. I would entertain a motion at this time to adopt our agenda.
So moved?
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We have an agenda. We have minutes, we do. Would someone like to move our minutes from October 26th?
So moved.
Thank you very much. All those in, is there any discussion about the minutes? Seeing no discussion. All those in favor of adopting the minutes from October 26, 2022, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We have one item on our agenda this evening. It's a study report item, 2022-88, MPRB and Green Minneapolis Climate Resiliency Initiative Update. Assistant Superintendent Barrick, I believe you're going to introduce our guests this evening. Take it away.
Co-Chair, Musich, Commissioners, yes.
Music this time.
I'm sorry?
No music this time.
No, but you may recall, one of the greatest hits was an update from Green Minneapolis in June. And so it's been 6 months since the board entered into the agreement to collaborate with Green Minneapolis in an MOU on the first carbon offset project. And they have some exciting new developments to share. So I will turn it over to them to walk us through what's kind of happening with this and where we're headed. So I'll turn it over to David Wilson and Michaela New.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome. It's good to see you both again.
Well, good evening, Commissioners. I am so disappointed that Commissioner Thompson has cut out because I was going to compliment that amazing sweater that she has on. I've been staring at the video out there going, wow, really great. And I haven't seen yours, Commissioner. Could you stand up? Could I please see that? Awesome. Cats. I didn't see yours.
Yeah.
So, Superintendent Bangor, may I see your Christmas sweater, please? Looking great. Well, happy holidays, everybody, and we're thrilled to be here. So I'm David Wilson. I am with Green Minneapolis. I'm the board chair, and this is my colleague, Michaela New, who is our project coordinator working on our climate resiliency initiative. And let me just make sure that we can move this forward here. There we go. So we're just going to take a few minutes of your time this evening. I'm going to give a quick update or a summary of the Twin Cities Climate Resiliency Initiative. I think all of you have probably heard us in prior meetings, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. And then Michaela is going to provide an overview of the first planting project that the Park Board and Green Minneapolis are working on together. That's the MPRB Planting Project 2021. And I will then talk a little bit about the carbon offsets that have been issued from that project and the sales progress. And then the last thing that we'll talk about is a proposed project with the Park Board for 2022. Okay, so just a very quick summary of what the Twin Cities Climate Resiliency Initiative is. This is really rooted, no pun intended, in expanding the urban tree canopy across the 7-county metro area. As all of us know, the tree canopy in the metro was under a lot of stress prior to the changes in climate and also emerald ash borer that's just really decimating the tree canopy. And I applaud the Park Board on all the work that it has done to address emerald ash borer on public property in the city. But there's a lot more work to be done, and we've set a target of planting 5 million new trees across the metro area over the next 20 years. We view Green Minneapolis' key role to really help find new funding sources for the organizations that are planting these trees, like the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. We're looking at federal funds, state funds, local government funds, and also philanthropic sources. One of the things that Green Minneapolis got involved with was becoming part of a national coalition to advocate for including funding for urban forestry in the Inflation Reduction Act, and a $1.5 billion is now in that. And we have been meeting with state Department of Natural Resources personnel as well as with others to figure out how does the metro area, and right now our one planting partner, MPRB, tap into those resources that'll be coming. And we've been attending seminars and really with the U.S. Forest Service, et cetera, because they're still trying to figure out how are they going to actually distribute all of these funds. So that's one area we're focusing on. We are also, with our coalition of partners that I'll talk about in a moment, developing an advocacy campaign at the state level for this upcoming session to advocate for more funds from the state to go to urban areas across the state of Minnesota to address tree canopy growth, particularly with the emerald ash borer. And then lastly, and this is the component of what we're working on that we're partnered with, we are working on developing carbon offset projects where urban trees are registered with a carbon registry and operate under protocols so that we can actually sell carbon offsets to the private sector and bring private sector dollars into funding the urban tree canopy work. Some milestones to date. I mentioned the coalition. Green Minneapolis is a small nonprofit, and we have very big goals. And so we have formed a coalition of some really great environmental partners, including the Nature Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, Minneapolis Parks Foundation, Friends of the Mississippi River, the Mississippi Park Connection, and most recently, I don't believe they were a partner when we last met, but the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization has become a partner. They believe that in addition to all of the work that they're doing with built infrastructure to manage stormwater, that urban tree canopy is key also. So we're really thrilled to have them as a partner. We have also been developing our corporate partnerships. Target Corporation has signed on with a really significant contribution to fund this program. Winslow Capital, which is a Minneapolis-based subsidiary of TIAA Nuveen, is, and you heard about them before, they were kind of our initial corporate partner that helped fund our strategic planning for this initiative. Sagility, which is a company headquartered in Minneapolis, actually in the North Loop, that does utility billing, and actually they reached out to us. We had presented to the Chamber of Commerce, and they're a member, and they are working with customers on utility billing, and they were really excited. They were looking for some sort of climate initiative since they're working on utility billing that they could support. And so they're a new member. And then the Minneapolis Regional Chamber of Commerce has signed on as a supporter as well. As you all know, Green Minneapolis applied to the city of Minneapolis on the Park Board's behalf for $1 million of ARPA funding, and that was awarded to the Park Board this spring with a unanimous vote of the City Council, which we were really excited about. And we have now completed, so the project that this board approved in July actually is now completed. So after all of you approved those agreements, what happened next is the third-party verification process started, where a third party came in to review the project itself, all of the data for the trees that were planted. And that was a almost 3-month process, and that verification was completed in November. So as of November, that project was, in layman's terms, I call it certified, but it was verified that this was a completed project. It had followed all the protocols of the City Forest Credits Registry. At that point in time, the first carbon offsets were made available for Green Minneapolis to sell. And so that was mid-November that those carbon credits became available. And I'll tell you what we're doing about selling in just one moment.
The last thing I wanted to share is we're very excited. Hennepin County has formally decided to move forward with their first tree planting initiative with us. And so we are, actually we have got all of their data and we're in the application process, and we expect that to go to the Hennepin board in probably midwinter, so probably February timeframe for that project to be approved. We are also talking with other key local governments in the Twin Cities, and we hope the next time we're before you, we might have some additional local governments that we're working with. I'm going to turn it over to Michaela, who's our project coordinator for this work, to talk about the current project that we're doing together. Michaela?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to give a brief overview of the first project we submitted in partnership to City Forest Credits. And as you might recall, we submitted 23,755 trees to be certified, and that it will issue over 48,000 carbon credits throughout the duration of the project. As David said, just in November, this project received third-party verification, and the initial 10% of credits were issued to Green Minneapolis. That's over 4,000 credits that we have and are available to sell. Now, you might notice these numbers differ a little from the last time we were here. That is because during the validation and verification process, City Forest Credits recognized few of the trees were classified in a way that they didn't find valid. For example, one was called broadleaf large when it should have been called broadleaf medium. That changes some of the carbon quantification just slightly, and you will see now that the total credits to be issued is that 48,865, and prior it was just about 50,000. So that number varied slightly since the verification process, and so the ecosystem services have reflected that change as well. And we've also projected the proceeds to reflect that slight change, but we're still looking at over $1.3 million in proceeds to the Park Board over the duration of the project. That verification and validation process is a part of the checks and balance process that the registry does to ensure proper carbon quantification. Now, since our verification, all of this information can be found on City Forest Credit's website. It's available to the public. That's including a portal that reflects all of the credits that Green Minneapolis holds and those that are sold. So it's something that you can check into periodically to see the status. And the sales status is something that David will continue to tell you about.
Thank you, Michaela. So as Michaela just mentioned, 4,887 carbon offsets were issued by the registry to Green Minneapolis in November. We've completed our first purchase agreement. That is with Winslow Capital, and that was actually just last week. And so the first sale of 750 carbon credits is being processed literally this week. We're waiting for the proceeds from that invoice to come in. These carbon credits were sold at $35 per credit, and per our agreements, once we receive payment from Winslow Capital, we will be issuing a payment to the Park Board for $19,000, which will go to the fund dedicated to tree planting and maintenance as our agreements call out. We have 4,137 offsets remaining for sale. We have several other company proposals in and under discussion, and our goal is to have all of these carbon credits sold within, certainly within the end, by the end of next year, but I actually believe we may sell them far quicker than that. There's one corporate proposal that, if they accept it, will purchase the rest of the credits. We are marketing currently only to local companies and local companies that have made public commitments to reduce their carbon emissions. That's something that this board discussed with us when we originally agreed to this project. I did want to share that we've been approached. There is a national sale that is being coordinated where urban tree carbon offsets from other projects across the country are being consolidated at a national sale. This took place last year. It was very successful. They sold 40,000 carbon credits for $35 a share, and they've asked us to participate. We have told them that we plan to sell our carbon credits locally, and we also explained to them that we have, essentially a litmus test for the purchasers. And so we don't plan to participate in this national sale. But we are tracking it, and they're aware of the credits we have available. And we don't think that we will participate, but I wanted to make it aware that we were asked to participate on that. The last thing that we want to talk about is doing another project with the Park Board. So when we signed our original MOU back in 2021, July 2021, if I recall, we talked about the potential for doing a carbon project with the Park Board every year. And so we have gathered all the data for the trees planted by the Park Board in 2022. And we have started working on pulling that into the application that goes to the registry following their protocols. This past year, just about 9,000 trees were planted by the Park Board, so that would be the size of this project. The project application will be ready to submit in January. And we plan to do that. There is no binding responsibility or commitment on the Park Board. So this is the same process we followed for the last one. So, prior to getting board approval for that project, we went through this application process because in order to come back to this board and say, this is how many carbon credits will be issued from the project and that sort of thing, we need to go through this application process. So we are going through the process at Green Minneapolis's risk, and then we will put together agreements that mirror the agreements that the Park Board approved on the last project, and then we'll bring these forward, as we did last time, to the board for review and approval, first going to the committee and then to the board. And we are looking at kind of a March timeframe for that process. We wanted, one of our learnings from the first time that we went through the process is that we should provide as much time as possible for this board to ask questions. And so we wanted to come early. That's why we're here tonight. And we are going to make ourselves available for any information sessions that the board would like. That's what we have to present for all of you tonight. Any question? Well, I don't know if that's my role to ask
Thank
for
you.
questions.
I'll ask that question. Are there any questions that my colleagues have for Green Minneapolis on anything that they covered in their presentation this evening? Wow. Oh, Commissioner Benny.
It piqued my ear when you mentioned that you're working with Hennepin County, but what part of Hennepin County? It's a big place.
Yep, so Hennepin County actually has a forestry division, and so they are essentially going to do a similar project as what we did with the Park Board. So we're taking, it's a smaller number of trees, but it's over 1,000 trees that have been planted that they want to enroll, that they will commit to maintain for 26 years, and that we'll monitor and that sort of thing. And they expect that this will be the first of future projects as well.
Are they in right-of-way, or is it on their lands? Or?
It's on county land. These are all county land trees.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes. Couple of questions. Carbon credits have been in the national news lately, particularly around Rubicon carbon, and the startup of this more of a national initiative to maybe put the good seal of approval on some of these smaller carbon credit organizations. Can you just tell us, with this kind of all afoot, so to speak, is City Forest Credits, how are they responding to some of those new initiatives, and do you think they'll be seeking greater accreditation down the road if such opportunities? I mean, I know it's all hypothetical, but from what you know of them, could you talk a little bit about that?
It's a good question. So our understanding is that in the voluntary market in the United States today, for offsets, carbon offsets. There is no actual accreditation that is going on, and so it's certainly something that's being discussed, but there is no accreditation. The endorsement, so what City Forest Credits talks about is endorsement, and there is an international body that they are seeking that has done the most thorough work in laying out the standards for protocols for urban tree planting. So they are working on getting the endorsement of that international body for their protocols. I will tell you that I'm drawing a blank on the name of that organization, but I will track it down and submit that to Jeremy Barrick. But they are working on that and are actually making updates to their protocols. They made some updates last year to their protocols in order to get that endorsement from that international body.
I appreciate that, and I know it's an evolving market, and I appreciate your investment in it and exploring it to our potential benefit. You mentioned that one of the key initiatives and focuses of this initiative obviously is expanding the canopy, but we as a park board are really interested in also aging our canopy, and I know you are as well, right? That's a co-goal between the two of our organizations, and so we had discussed a few emails about this, but really this idea of right-of-way projects and some of our potential carbon credit trees being, in this unavoidable loss category. We have the avoidable loss that'll be through attrition and, the trees die, et cetera, and that's at 20%. But what about this unavoidable category, and how would you suggest that we handle that? Because we want to be a leader, as our forestry department is the steward of our urban canopy in a lot of ways. And so, just talk about that topic. I know the emails kind of dropped off after a while.
Well, first, thank you for that question. We absolutely agree that aging the tree canopy is absolutely important, because that's when all the benefits, not only carbon sequestration, but all the co-benefits of trees really kick in. We believe the park board's already taken a big step by committing to maintaining, not just planting these trees, but maintaining them for 26 years, and that's a legal commitment that has been made by the park board through the agreement. So that's a big step forward. The park board also knows which of those 23,755 trees, every single knothole, where they all are because of the data that you capture. We hope that the park board will be able to, frankly, increase the acknowledgement of the value of those trees that are enrolled in these carbon offset programs, so that when there are infrastructure projects that are going to put those trees at risk, that there's now a quantifiable dollar value to those trees. And we think the dollar values that might be used currently, and I'm not speaking about Park Board in particular, but in general by government entities that are planting and maintaining trees, it's relatively inexpensive that developers and others pay when those trees that are public trees are lost. And we believe that by recognizing the value of carbon sequestration and all the other co-benefits that the slide that Michaela just showed, that there will be a process of reevaluating how much these trees are really worth to the public good, and so that those are taken into account. So when a project to widen a street is going to take out 100 mature trees, it'll be easier to quantify, here's what these trees are really worth. And maybe, like happens in European cities, we'll figure out how to design those streets so that we don't lose as many trees. I will tell you that in working with some of the public entities that build streets in the city, I'll leave it vague who that is, but Public Works, when I've talked with their planners and I've asked about alignment of their new construction to avoid the trees, they say, we get to that at the end. And what they meant by that is, well, first we figure out what are the traffic lane requirements, then we figure out what are the bike lane requirements, then we figure out what are the parking requirements, then we figure out what the pedestrian requirements are. We then lay out the alignments, and then we see what trees come away. And we hope that if the value of trees increases, that we may be able to change that so that trees are bumped up a little bit in the priority list of what are, how are we designing, these projects. So that's what we would hope to see.
And can I just clarify this process then? So this third-party entity will come in at like year 5 or year 10 or whatever the progression is to verify the tree is still there, number one, and how it's growing, et cetera, et cetera. If the tree is not there and it was an avoidable loss, I guess we are responsible as an entity to pay back city forest credits or Green Minneapolis. Maybe you can talk about that. And then my question to staff is, do we have, does forestry have the people, do we just take this third party's word for it, or do we have to invest some of our own staff time to go back and follow up on that, if we're paying back money?
Yep. So the way the verification process works is that your project operator, Green Minneapolis, is responsible for actually doing on-site review of the trees.
Okay.
So we will do that periodically. And the protocol states when that has to be done. Then a third party reviews the work that we have completed and essentially does an audit and asks a bunch of questions, and then ultimately, hopefully, work we're going to be doing, they will approve our verification process and inform the registry that the verification process was completed properly. As part of our verification process, we plan to collaborate with your forestry department to make sure that the data that they have we are accessing, and then when we have a team that's actually out in the field looking at the trees, we're corroborating or confirming that data. I think you had a second point to that question.
I guess I'm just trying to get a sense.
Oh, you were asking about losses. So we will then be extrapolating, how many trees have been lost from the original number of trees. And we don't get into a risk zone until the total number of trees that have been lost exceeds the buffer that we've baked into the project, which is 20%. If it's an unavoidable loss, so if the trees exceed 20% of the project and it was an unavoidable loss, the carbon registry is responsible for informing the holders or the owners of those carbon offsets and replacing them. So they need to go out into the carbon offset marketplace and replace the carbon offsets that no longer are actually representing sequestered carbon because of this unavoidable loss. So that's the carbon registry's responsibility, and that's documented in one of the agreements that the park board executed. If it is avoidable loss, so the park board allowed more than 20% of the trees to go away because you decided you wanted to build some sort of facilities or something that wiped out trees, and it was, you just decided, well, we're going to site a ball field here and we're going to support an amphitheater there. If it's an avoidable loss, the park board is responsible for replacing the credits that are lost by credit holders. So none of that goes to Green Minneapolis or the registry. It goes to the actual entities that were holding those carbon offsets that the park board, that were park board offsets.
Thank you for being patient with my questions. So
No, these are awesome questions.
if they're avoidable and unavoidable losses, and that together, I thought maybe they were in separate buckets, but you're going to be looking at them combined. So if our avoidable loss and right-of-way projects that we have little control over, and our that's my time.
It's
Isn't it?
just Park Board just has to worry about losing 20% of avoidable. If it's unavoidable, it's always the registry's responsibility,
All right.
no matter what.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
I don't know, maybe I missed this, but who bought the credits, the 750 credits last month?
Winslow Capital.
Winslow Capital, okay.
And
thank you.
they're a subsidiary of a company called TIAA, which is a national, I think they actually started as a teacher's pension fund.
They did, TIA CREF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Olson.
So over the period that all these credits will go, I think I did some quick math. It's going to be around between 50 and 60,000 or something a year. Jeremy, how many trees does that get us? Do you know off the top of your head? I forget how much a clutch of trees is. That's not the term.
Co-chair.
Tranche.
Tranche.
I know there's a ch in there somewhere.
Co-chair usage. You're asking about how many trees does 19,000 buy us?
Is that what we're getting per year from this?
No, he's
That's on
wondering
this
how
sale.
much,
Maybe.
I'm going to clarify. He's wondering on our, if we sell all the credits that are available to be sold right now, and we get the full amount of money that we think we can get for them, how many trees can we plant with that money?
Yeah.
That number. It's whatever that number is divided by
So
150.
So 1.3 million divided by $150.
This is this first.
Yeah, but the
130.
total is 1.3 divided by 150. Right, that's what Commissioner Musil
The
said.
first batch would buy us about 898 trees. The
Okay.
first
Over the period a
100
period of
Yeah, the first 4,887 credits, if sold at $35 a credit, will yield 134,822, which we average, the tree cost is about $150. So doing that math, and it lands at 898.8, but again, these are estimates based on, we might get the trees for 125, so.
Okay, cool. Just curious. Thanks.
Commissioner, may I just add one other point? We prepared a projection that, and it was based on a question from July's board meeting, that if the park board did a project every year, so like this one that we're hoping to do for 2022, what would the proceeds, because they accumulate, right? So we start with the first project that we've agreed to, and we do another one, and then the year after that. So they actually accumulate. So the proceeds start ramping up significantly. So we prepared that projection, and we'd be happy to submit that in again. That could show you, I think it was, how many years? Was it a 10-year projection that will show you if we do a project together every year, assuming roughly 8 to 10,000 trees planted a year, what would the proceeds be back to the park board, assuming holding steady at $35 for that 10-year period.
You done?
I'm done.
Wonderful. Commissioner Alper.
Thank you, Co-Chair Musich. And I just wanted to say thank you for coming here tonight, and I can sense the enthusiasm you bring to this work and your dedication. So I want to just say thank you and acknowledge that I really appreciate that. I think we all share an interest in trees and in climate resiliency work, and I know we had mentioned there was some talk about continuing to learn more about carbon offset programs. And I would just hope that in the new year, before we enter into another agreement, that we can, hear from a carbon offset expert on this topic. I want to make sure that we, I think, was it last time I said, how long have we, when did the park board start? 1883? Did I get it right? Oh, yes. Bonus points. So, we've been around for a long time. The funding mechanisms that we've used have been around for a long time. And we just saw the, what was it, ATX, the Bitcoin exchange, just go, it was like that. And I would like some assurances that the funding models that are being pursued by third-party accreditors on this voluntary market have real sum and substance. So that would be an ask that I have for all of you, if you'd be willing to entertain something like that. And then I did have a question about the 2022 trees. How are those, because they're already planted, how were they funded? Was that ARPA funds?
We paid for those utilizing property tax dollars. That's how we pay for all of our trees right now.
Okay.
It's part of our general fund.
Okay, so part of our like regular tree planting that we do is?
All of the tree planting that we do currently is funded by taxpayers. And so part of what we're trying to do here is alleviate some of the burden on our taxpayers to do that work, while also working to expand the amount of money we have available to us over the long term to plant additional trees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That was right, Jeremy? Okay, lovely. I get a little know-it-all-y at 9:52, more so than normal, and I sometimes need to be checked. So, I am not seeing any additional questions, but should my colleagues have them, please feel free to reach out directly to David and Michaela and Jeremy. They're very knowledgeable on this topic, subject matter experts in my opinion, and are happy to help you. Thanks so much for coming tonight. Have a lovely new year. We look forward to seeing you again in 2023. And with that, I will adjourn the Operations and Environment Committee.
Thank you.
Being at 9:52, I would like to call the Recreation Committee to order. Secretary, can we call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Alper.
I forgot it was on this one too. Present.
Commissioner Bene.
Present.
Vice President Smith. Absent. Co-Chair Menz.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes from July 20th, 2022.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. We have one item on the agenda today. It is the resolution 2022. I will move 2022-341, resolution accepting the proposal for athletic facility studies as submitted by staff of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to the Board of Commissioners, and directing staff to pursue the work described in the proposal as beginning as outlined in the proposal. Is there any discussion? Commissioner, I'm going to go with Commissioner Benny first, and she's on the committee.
Was there going to be any type of a presentation tonight, or is it just the materials that we were supplied that were?
I just talked to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. There is no presentation. It's just the materials that were provided.
Okay.
But he is available for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Menz, for allowing me to speak in your committee. I'm not a member, so I appreciate being given the opportunity. Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you wouldn't mind making yourself available. In reading through the proposal, it's asking that we not dissolve the youth sports, the MYSA, Minneapolis Youth Sports Association. Since the Park Board hasn't really done much to communicate with members of that committee, and we're choosing to keep it active, yet we're, in my opinion, undermining their work by creating new committees to look at topics that they discussed in depth. What are we doing to bring those folks up to speed on these new things that we're going to be doing to ensure that they feel like they still have an opportunity to help shape the way that we support the sports that they care so passionately about?
Chairmans and Commissioner Musich, I'm just thinking through the reason why we did this, as we submitted this back in October, and I don't fully recall, but I think we were thinking that there may still be some value in some of the work that group had done, and that we can invite members to participate in our committees as we move forward. And that as we move forward, we can reframe, if there's some reason, reframe how that committee is working before we dispense with it altogether. But between now and when this comes back before the full board, I can refresh my memory and come back with a better answer.
Okay, that would be great, because it is something that I have a lot of concern about. I don't want to I don't want to alienate people, if at all possible, as we try to address the concerns that we're attempting to address via both these mechanisms. I know they gave a lot of their time, energy, and effort, and I want to be respectful of that.
I can respond to that, Commissioner Musich. So right now, the MYSA is not functioning, and nobody is attending those meetings, and it's basically dissolved in nature. I think from what I understood from Assistant Superintendent Schroeder's proposal was that as we go through these facility studies, and they're temporary, it may institute at the end of those studies or during those studies that we reinitiate that work. But that work is not being done. These facility studies will reinitiate work that was done differently than in that group. That's the way I see it.
May I respond? I'm not disagreeing that it's not met and that it isn't serving that purpose currently. What I am saying is we never dissolved it. We left people thinking someday we were going to do this again. And so I just would like to ensure that as we launch something new, we're finding ways to tell everyone that did participate in that and that we've never said, you're done, thank you for your service. They were being thoughtful about how we start this so that they don't feel like they just were spitting into the wind as we tried to get information from them to help guide what we're doing. Having served on committees before where I felt like there was no resolution and like no one cared about all the work I'd done, I don't want other people that chose to participate to feel that way, because I want residents that volunteer in volunteer capacities to feel valued, even if what we were doing isn't working. That's all I'm looking for.
I'll respond really quickly. Commissioner Musich, I think that this is actually bringing that value to those folks. Those folks who are on the committees will be asked to serve on different, more micro committees, and that there is no resolution to that larger vision, and they will feel more valued. From the people that I speak with who served on that committee.
Okay, well, it's not spelled out in the proposal, which is why I'm asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
So while you personally understand it that way, I don't, as I'm reading it.
Do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment. I'm just asking for clarification from staff around how they intend to manage those communications.
Chair Benz and Commissioner Musich, this is a proposal. We offered it to you. You're welcome to make changes or additions to it. I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Abeni.
I can't speak to some of the conversation that just happened because I'm not really informed about it. But one thing that I do think is different, at least I'm hoping from this work, is that part of what I think is really important here is not just about the services that we're providing, but that this is also a land use study in a lot of ways. Because our fields take up a lot of our lands, and we have those are precious acres in a very I believe, desirable urban location. So I think that that's kind of an important part of this. And then my other question is actually for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I know that the plan is to start with the diamond sports and to work through the go on. But is there a mechanism to go in and amend? Like if you do the diamond sports and then you do the field sports and you realize, gee, we need to tweak the diamond over here, do we have to think about that, contemplate an iterative review and put it in the proposal, or is it just going to be natural to the process?
Chair Menz and Commissioner Benny, I think that it's possible that we end up with that. And as you think about like how we come up with a master plan, I think it's important that as we go through this effort, as with our activity plans, that there be some provision for amending them should we learn more information.
Any more lights? Any more discussion on the issue? All those in favor of the resolution, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. At 10:01, the Recreation Committee is adjourned.
You don't know the year.